Chair, good morning, everyone. At this time, we have 18 chiefs and proxies that are present. And so in order for us to not be delayed for too long, we're going to begin with our grand entry. And our grand entry director has asked that we begin over there. And that if you wish to carry your community flag, then if you can meet us out in the hallway there. And as for the others that are not here to be carried by their the representative will have staff and others that will help carry the flags in. So we will begin with that. Okay. Language. Thank you. So at this time, if we can have Elder Terry Fiddler and Elder Barney Pettis come and open our meeting, our assembly with a prayer, please.
Good morning, guests and chiefs and staff, and we welcome this morning in a good way and ask Manitou to start us off with blessings and to give us strength and comfort this morning. And I usually like to say my prayer in my language. I'm proud to still carry my language, and I carry my eagle fan to help us this morning. And mauch henanakomean nongam gagishka kabache minigo ziak awe manito. Awe gesema nongam ga minigoan mauch ektendagzet awe asema we emachiotut awe ga kamamtoak we epizendagwek we nongam kajabak sendamag awe manito chuichigwek miwe. Shoniakamigok dego atik ndote kinak dejon dejogomiteo. Kinanakomen nongam gagjebayag manito gabich en adam tagoen gabich wichishang. Oe mauch kin kinagegon e kashktoen ma kinki kagiushtoen kinagegon ma abach toang e minshang mitas ke kendamang kin kinagegon e totamoshang en sagijaga. Oe gab matzang mauch eshkam e anamak e kashkendagok e shagatendagok oe nongom ragoch kiminshnam ke onje mamnenda mange abich oe ka baksenda mang minop madson e oe minoyawen e kenda mang kin e minshang en sagijga gagje ba agwaseya mita shejna nakomena nongom ge abich chegana nimshang gagishkak jimin shang maga onje ke onje madzang oe gita wenda mon ga gita taguzin jimin shang oe ge chonje bizinda mang oe kabaksen me guang anishnog oe te kiwet nunge winoaga kananin wettoach oe ge ga yakuswach akusugamagung ke abiche paksen me goen manito chimin tamino yawen oe ge maoch kan toach doshkat sim nanag machege gon gat ben me goach ke abiche paksen da mango te wasea ge winoach ram da moach oe ge nda binon tishminana go te nigan kap mato kawenep mato ach chiminosin nig ke kap min shamwach mi wa jaga go chminan kina oe ga makanog maga yaw da na shonanog kina bago oe chjoen matanongam gagje bayak mi e jaga go chminan mi wech.
Bid you all a good morning, and in this circle, When we look to our left and to our right, we see friends and smiling faces, and we give greetings to one another. So that is good. And as we meet and put our minds together to see what future that we can build for the people that we serve, we are thankful for the day and the opportunity that the Creator has given us to exercise the gifts that He's given us. And so we will do that to the best of our ability and carry on the traditional work that we have to do. You know, it's been a long while now that Terry and I have been doing openings at different meetings. And when I hear her talking in her own language, it's like music to one's ear when you listen to that. And sometimes I wonder, how long will this continue? How long will our language live? And how many times more will we hear it? And so we must be strong, we must be faithful, and I think we need to keep somehow our language alive in our territories. So that is our challenge for us. But for now, it's really important, and I think it's beautiful to hear a woman saying the opening in her language. I think you should cherish that, because I don't know exactly how long we'll be able to do that. Because, you know, we need to teach the young ones so that they can carry on this tradition. And so, nevertheless, I again greet you and wish you well. We ask the Creator to give us the knowledge required to make them good decisions. Miigwech to all. Miigwech. Chimiigwech.
Miigwech, Elder Terry and Elder Barney. So at this time, the staff will help us to, are we done with this part now? Or do we, one more time? No? Okay. So at this time, we are going to retire put our flags away. We're not going to retire. We're going to put our flags away. And we thank each and every one of you for carrying your flag. On our flags, every flag has a story, and some of our flags have been created by our own community members, and it's such a wonderful thing to see, because I think that you know, when the flag symbolizes the community, and each of it has a story. So thank you very much for carrying your flag so proudly, and we're very proud and honored that it sits with us in these assemblies. Have the numbers yet? Anyone? Okay. So I want to acknowledge the drum for the song that they shared to open us up this morning, and the sacred items that we have in the room with us. I welcome Deputy Narcisse and Linklater and each and every one of you as leaders and proxies to this assembly, to the 41st Keewaywin Conference. And I also want to welcome our Oshkoshk Council, Miigwech, again for your continued support and guidance, and our Women Council representatives as well. Thank you for being here with us. And of course, our Elders Council. And I see our elder table council is getting smaller, and I know some of our tribal councils, still have yet to replace the representative, their elders representative, and I think this is something that we need to think about during this assembly. We do honor those individuals who are not with us anymore, who used to sit at those tables. And, they brought much guidance and support, for some of them for like over 2 decades. And it is very difficult at times to say that we're going to be replacing them. But let's not use that term, but instead let's use that term that the person will carry on the work and the words that they had, and also to bring more knowledge and guidance to the table. I want to acknowledge the traditional territory of Fort William First Nation. Chief Michelle Solomon sends her regrets as she's unable to be with us today, but she will join us tomorrow or the next day, and we'll make sure that we provide her some time to do her welcoming. She was elected this spring, and it would be wonderful to hear from her. So at this time, I've been advised that we have 24 registered chiefs and proxies. So I'm very honored that to welcome these individuals who have agreed to chair our assembly. Adam Fiddler, who you all know, and we're very grateful and honored that he agrees to come and chairs our assembly. He is a community member of a citizen of Sandy Lake First Nation, and he is a lawyer in his profession, and we know him where he chairs other assemblies such as the Chiefs of Ontario and Assembly of First Nation, and so we're very grateful and honored. So thank you very much, Adam. And I also want to introduce Connie Gray McKay. As many of you know, Connie served as a community leader for many years, and we're very grateful that she has agreed to take on this role of being our chair. And lastly, I want to introduce our youth co-chair. Kyra Matata-Wabin is a citizen of Fort William First Nation, and she resides here in Thunder Bay with her family. And so we're very grateful that she has agreed to co-chair our 41st assembly. So in your resolution package, there is a resolution that is before you. It is labeled adoption of chairperson for the 41st year Keewaywin conference. It is draft 2308. So as part of our protocols and procedures, this is the first order. So be it resolved that the chairpersons of the Anishinaabe 2023 Keewaywin Conference, August 15 to the 17th, 2023, shall be Adam Fiddler, Connie Gray McKay, and you co-chair Kyra Matadawabin. Dated in Thunder Bay, this 15th day of August 2023. So can I have someone move this resolution, please? Okay. Mingwetch Chief Wesley. Can I have a seconder, please? Okay. Mingwetch Chief Kijik. So if I could have you, does anyone oppose this resolution? And we have two individuals on virtual as well. If we do not have any opposition, and then then this resolution is carried. Itchamingwetch, chiefs and proxies. So at this time, I'm going to now very gratefully hand the meeting over to our chairs.
I guess I should turn it on first. The seconder was John Kijik, because I noticed that it wasn't on there. Okay, bonjour, gittenim. Just want to introduce myself. Okimama Ingan Digo, Namandotem. Connie Gray McKay is my colonial name, and I'm grateful to be part of your meetings. And for many of you, 2017 was the last time I served as a chief of my community, and I left that office abruptly due to cancer. So being here with you in these forums has helped me heal, so that I could still be part of leadership in some way and to learn from you. So I'm really grateful to NAN staff, the Women's Council, the Elders Council, the Youth Council. You've helped me heal, and the staff, you're awesome people. So Miigwech, I'm looking forward to the next 3 days. Miigwech.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Kyra Matadawabin, and just as a correction, I'm from Port Albany First Station. I'm really excited to be here and kind of nervous. I'm grateful for this opportunity.
Okay, Miigwech, thank you to my colleagues. Kenin Guadjimanawa, Winogum Gagjibag, Arjugun Nakum Gai Sigma Mina Jamawachi Diak. Miigwech Gagi Madegi Arch, Gagi Pachanam Watch, Eguminax Jihag, Gagi Pachanam Ekteri, and Barney. Miigwech. Egumina Gakanamaga Bijaik, me Nanakum Gai Sigma, Wek Mina Jamawachi Nanunk, Migenin is Baksenamian. Jui Munsig, when Sigijaga Gawi Mawachit Nanonkawi Tajanjig. Hing gaza giwin chiga de nengo zaganing noji mi de zgabeshian ego das nanachkum gai sigma genin bangi juichian yuegawi tashinjigek. So with that, we'll get right underway. We've got some procedural motions to deal with. We'll go through the rules of procedure. We'll go through the agenda, and then we'll get right into the assembly items. Of course, starting off with the opening address with the acting Grand Chief, Geneva Niskam. You all have the rules and procedures. It is in the kits, so you should have a hard copy as well. Miwega bimjega dek wega mawachit nanunk, miwega enonsiang je bimbantoyang we mawachidun, miwege bimjahamank. So these are your rules of procedure. There aren't any changes in this copy. It's fairly standard. It hasn't been changed for a couple of years, so it is the same rules. There is still an allowance for chiefs to join virtually. I think we're all glad to be back, somewhat back to normal, having in-person meetings. But during the time of COVID, of course, everything was online. So I believe we may have one or two chiefs that are joining virtually. Otherwise, it's all in person. And there is, of course, an accommodation for those chiefs joining virtually in the rules of procedure. So I'm not going to go through the entire rules, just some quick points. Quorum, in order to maintain business, to be able to make decisions, we do require 23 registered delegates in the room, here in the room and also virtually. And of course, we have quorum already. Adopting the rules and the agenda, of course, we're doing that now. In the, I just noticing in the rules of procedure, it does require a procedural motion, but we do have a resolution to accept the rules of procedure and the agenda, but we'll go ahead with that resolution. Other than that, it's fairly standard, fairly straightforward, no changes, and we're all fairly familiar with the procedures. So with that, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder to accept the rules of procedure. It's up on the screen. So it's Resolution 2309. It's titled Adoption of the Rules and Procedures for the 41st Keewaywin Conference. It reads, be it resolved that the rules and procedures are adopted for the purposes of the Anishinaabe Nation 2023 Keewaywin Conference, August 15th to 17th, 2023. So can I have a mover to accept? Thank you very much, Mo Kribek. We do have a mover. Can I have a seconder? Seconder, thank you, Chief North Spirit, Miigwech. So we do have a mover and seconder. Normally I just ask if there's any opposition or abstentions, but let's get some exercise. All in favor, raise your hand. Miigwech, thank you. Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. So thank you. We've adopted the rules. The next procedural motion is to go through the agenda. So, Chiefs, you were emailed the previous draft of the agenda, I believe a couple of weeks ago. There has been some minor changes made just to clean up and look at the schedule and to see when people are available. So we do have a final draft to present. You've all been given a hard copy. And we'll have it up on the screen, please, if we can have the agenda up on the screen. And I'll just go through the agenda. Of course, the 41st Keewaywin Conference, August 15 to 17, 2023. I just want to confirm that can we get it up on the screen? Okay, it's coming. So the assembly, day one, starts at 9 a.m. with the grand entry, opening prayer. We did include the welcoming remarks from Fort William First Nation, as indicated by Acting Grand Chief Geneva Niskam. The chief is unavailable right now, but if she is able to attend within the next 3 days, we'll have her address the assembly. At 9:15, the call to order, reviewing and accepting the co-chairs, the rules of procedure, and then the draft agenda. At 9:30, so of course we're a little bit behind. Hopefully we can get caught up. We'll have the opening address with Acting Grand Chief Ajni Beneskam. Next, 10 o'clock on the agenda, the audited financial statements for Anishinaabe Nation. We will need a resolution for that presentation. That'll be done by Christopher Logan with BDO. We did have on the agenda a break, but we might just continue on through. The next agenda item would be the annual reports. So Deputy Grand Chief Ajni Beneskam has a report on the governance committee. It's an update on the governance committee. That will be in camera, and at that point we'll indicate who will be able to stay in the room. At 11:15, Deputy Grand Chief Linklater has his annual report. 3 specific agenda items: sustainable initiatives, infrastructure and housing, and First Nation drinking water legislation. He will have 2 staff as part of those presentations: Jennifer Constant, the policy advisor with sustainable initiatives, and Mike McKay, director of infrastructure and housing. 12 o'clock, we'll have lunch. I believe lunch is served in the hotel. Can I just get confirmation? Lunch is the meal. I'm looking over here. Do we know? Yes. Lunch will be served in the meeting room. 1 o'clock, Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse will be presenting his annual report. 3 items specifically: social services, education, and youth. 1:45, we'll have health transformation. That'll be led by Deputy Grand Chief Linklater. We'll have a special guest, Chief Doug Kelly with BC Health, who I believe is joining us virtually. At 2:45, the Treaty 9 co-jurisdiction case presentation and discussion. That'll be introduced by Chief Sylvia Kustajan, and we'll have legal counsel making that presentation. Following that, we will have 3:15, the nuclear waste update. Again, that'll be in camera, so we will indicate at that point who can stay in the room. That'll be introduced by Acting Grand Chief Ajni Beneskam. We'll have 2 staff, Jennifer Guerreri, actually 1 staff, Jennifer Guerreri with Anishinaabe Nation, and JFK Law legal counsel Molly Churchill. Following that, we'll have the Métis assertion legislation, again introduced by Acting Grand Chief Ajni Beneskam. We'll have Jason Batiste presenting there. Then at 4:30, the 65 welfare agreement. We do need a resolution for that. That'll be led by Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse. And then we'll close at 5:15. So we've got a fairly full agenda for day 1. Day 2 starts at 9 a.m. We'll have the drum open the day. We'll have an opening prayer. We'll have the call to order and a quick summary of day number 1 from today. At 9:30, we will have the Grand Chief acclamation ceremony. So we will need a presentation on the election process, and then there is a resolution that will be required, and then we'll have the ceremony. It'll start off with the head electoral officer, Audrey Gilbo. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And then elders Terry Fiddler, Helen Cromarty, and Lucy Longpeter will be doing the ceremony. And then we'll have the Grand Chief's address with incoming Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler at 10:15. 11:15, we'll have the council presentations. So we'll have the Elders Council, the Women's Council, and the Ushkadizak Council presentations. That'll take us to 12 o'clock. We're not sure yet who's doing the NAN Elders and the Ushkadizak, but for the Women's Council, that'll be Loretta Shishigwin, Director of Women's Initiatives, will be leading and introducing that presentation. After lunch, there's a presentation on Wawate. That'll be in camera. We will have the Wawate board as well as BDO. At 2 o'clock, NAPS, Anishinaabe Police Service, will be talking about the OPP Communications Center. and that'll be led by Chief of Police Roland Morrison. Following that, we'll have a special NAPS Navajo presentation. Again, Chief of Police Roland Morrison will be leading that special presentation. At 3 o'clock, of course, we are aware that it's the 50th anniversary from the Grand Council Treaty Number 9, the beginning of Grand Council Treaty Number 9. So there will be a special honoring ceremony. That'll be led by Deputy Grand Chief Ajani Beniskam. At 3:15, Ganajihi will be making presentation. They have some proposed bylaw changes, and there will be a resolution required for that. So we'll have Angela Carter with Ganajihi and Ignace Gull also with Ganajihi. We're hoping to adjourn by 4 o'clock on Wednesday, of course, to prepare for the Keewaywin Annual Awards and the banquet, which will be taking place here in the hotel. So that's day number 2. Day number 3. Again, we'll start at 9 o'clock, opening the drum, the opening prayer, call to order. We'll do a summary of day 2, and then we'll get right into the first agenda item, which is Remoteness Quotient, the National Assembly of Remote Communities update, led by Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse. We'll have a short break, and then following the break at 10:45, the Moses Beaver Inquest. That'll be led and introduced by Deputy Grand Chief Ajani Beniskam. There will be a resolution required for that presentation. And then we'll have resolutions until lunch, and then after the lunch break at 1 o'clock, Chief's Open Forum. If you have any issues you'd like to discuss and bring forward to the Assembly, we'll have 2 hours for that. We'll have a short break at 3 o'clock and continue with Chief's Open Forum, any issues, again, that you may want to bring forward. And then we'll have closing remarks and the closing prayer, and of course, close with the drum at 4 o'clock. So that's the agenda that is presented for your consideration, Chiefs. This is your meeting, this is your assembly. This agenda is presented, so we do need a mover and a seconder, and call for a vote to accept the agenda. So with that, before we open for any discussion, can I have a mover? Miigwech, Airland First Nation, Dorothy Tawido, Miigwech, looking around for seconder. We have a seconder. Thank you, Chief Crane, Slate Falls First Nation. Miigwech, so we have a mover and a seconder. Before I call for a vote, is there any discussion or any comments on the agenda before you? Any comments, questions, suggestions? I see none. I almost saw your hand go up again. And I've got to remember to look online. We do have 1 or 2 chiefs online. So no comments. So with that, all in favor of the agenda before you? Miigwech, any opposition? See none. Any abstentions? I see none. So that's the agenda we will follow. Thank you. We'll do our best to stick to the timelines. And but we're already a little bit behind. So I'm going to turn it over to our youth co-chair, Kyra, to introduce the next agenda item. So, Miigwech.
Miigwech Adam. I'd like to introduce a good friend of mine and my Australian travel buddy, Acting Grand Chief Annabette Achikiniskam.
Miigwech. I'm very honored to be here again with you all. You know, a few weeks ago, I went to the community of Musqueam, And at that time, it was a combination of events. But we began the event with welcoming home is what they called it. And I was honored to meet Chief Wesley, who I got to sit with at that time. And but what it represented was like we were on the grounds of a former like Indian residential school site. And the original fence was situated around the present school. And some of the survivors that were there, told their stories about how they would go sit in a certain portion of that yard close by the fence, and how they would go and gather and support each other, at in that one place. And for them, that was their safe space. And it was a very moving ceremony. And but it was also very healing. Some of the individuals shared tears, as we all do when we talk about the traumas of our past, which is normal, which is the way it should be, that we should always be able to share tears when we speak of those kind of things, those traumas in our past. But the wonderful thing was that, when they saw all these individuals around them that were there to support them, it represented that they were not alone anymore in that particular space that they were when they were a child. That there was individuals that were there to take care of them, to protect them, to love them, and also to hug them and to help dry their tears. And then there was ceremony around us. There was a teepee that was there. And they had different people come and speak, and different people come and share prayers. There was people, representatives from the different churches. And then there was one comment that was shared by someone. He said, you know what? We are all gathered here today. We all go and pray in a different way. There's about four different denominations there, and then there was our traditional knowledge keepers. He goes, we are gathered here in this space together, and we are praying together in order to support those survivors and the helpers that are there. And I thought that was very, a great lesson for us. And that is something that, that we should all learn from that. And I know many of us I see that happening in many of our communities, where when we are gathering, we have different summer festivals, we have different events, and we welcome different people from other communities, extended family, and it's such a wonderful thing to see that. And I thank each and every one of you who have held these type of festivities and celebration and ceremonies in your communities, because it is healing. So in the next few days, we're going to be talking about different things and discussing and providing information, and also getting guidance and direction from you So I thank each and every one of you for being here to help us with that. I'm going to share this time with my colleagues here on the executive for them to also make some comments. And I am aware that we are behind schedule, but I know our co-chairs are quite skilled for us to be able to catch up as we move along. So Deputy Narcisse or Deputy Linklater.
Good morning. Pachier, bonjour. I'm Bobby Narcisse. I'm your Deputy Grand Chief. It's my honor and privilege to continue to serve as your Deputy Grand Chief. Miigwech kunig dinanem ma ibijaek winge minandan ge ma genin ju pijish gagigdan. I'd like to also acknowledge the drum this morning and our elders for opening us up in a good way. And I'd like to acknowledge you all chiefs here too. The next few days, we have a lot of outstanding priorities that we'd like to discuss with you. And it's great to have you all here as well. I know it's been a time of transition here at Anishinaabe Nation. And I believe with your help and your leadership and your guidance, I think we're moving into a new era as well in terms of really looking at ways where we advocate and really look for the betterment of our citizens as we move ahead in this very important work. I look forward to giving my presentations on my portfolios to you within education and social services, and of course our youth and youth initiatives. We're going to be also acknowledging some of our youth members from our Youth Shkazik Council who are moving on. Sad to say that we can't be youth all of our life and all that. They have to grow up and all that, and we wish them great success in their next journeys as well. I'm sure it's not going to be the last for many of our Shkazik Council over here, but we really appreciate the work that they've been doing. They've been an integral part of many of our chiefs committees and a lot of the work that's happening for our youth, our children, youth, and families. So I'd just like to say welcome and looking forward to all the discussions that's going to be happening in the next little while. I also like to acknowledge our friends from KO and our Treaty 5 delegates here as well, especially Corey over there. Corey and KO challenged us to a baseball game earlier on. The loser had to dress up in a mermaid outfit. I'm glad to say it wasn't me. So Corey, it's nice to see you dry, and here you had to be in a dunk tank and all that. But it was opportunities like this during the summertime too that we really enjoyed, and we saw pictures of your individual community festivals, and it's a time where all of us together would enjoy each other's company as well. So look forward to engaging with you all in the next a little while and visiting your communities too. So miigwech for being here, and look forward to the discussions the next couple of days. Miigwech.
Good morning. He said everything, so we're good to go. All kidding aside, just like to welcome the chiefs, the proxies, the delegates that are here, and people online that are listening. Deputy Grand Chief Linklater from Teguatagamol Nation. It's 2 years in our term now, and I don't think this is a normal 2 years for a Deputy Grand Chief. It's been 2 years of chaos. There's a lot of things happening at the national level, at the provincial level, and even at NAN. So we are looking forward to move on and to work. But it is a shift that's happening. As leaders, we'll have to realize that the status quo will be questioned. Our citizens from our nations, our citizens are actually going to be questioning how do we move forward? You know, we have to deal with the secrets in our communities, to deal with the secrets in our organizations, and we got to start being kind people and start making real change. And we can't be silent on the issues. It's been a tough 2 years in the backdrop with the residential schools and the discovery of bodies. Many of our people have been triggered. At the community level, there's so much grief and loss. We're losing young people. And someone asked me about the mental health and addictions crisis that's happening. We've always been in crisis, but we're seeing a new wave where we're actually losing members at a pace that we're actually, just like the United States when we went to a meeting there a few years ago, that their population is actually on decline. And if they're not careful, they're looking at a 7-generation, 100-year plan. How do we keep our citizens alive? How do we keep our existence as a people? And we look at it now, and you know, we're here. We have youth, we have elders, we have leadership, we have our citizens listening. But unless we bind together and figure this out, the next generation is not going to have a future. And it sounds a little morbid, but you know what? We have great work to do. And one of the things in my research that I was looking at is we got to get back to community. Community's got to be strong. We got to get healed. We got to start dealing with our junk and really get to a place where, you know, we're proud to who we are. And, you know, it's a great job as leaders. You know, you were elected and chosen by your citizens to carry out this work, occupying this time and space. And this position, you know, we're here to support you. I can honestly say my prayers go out to you. You know, we sit in meetings, we do with proponents, but you know, the hardest part of your job is you're dealing with your citizens. You know, that call late at night, that knock on the door, you know, when there's family breakdown, when there's crisis in your communities, when there's death. So you know what, together we need to pray for one another. You know, we have different belief systems, but you know what, in each belief system there is a foundation of prayer, teachings that actually we treat each other well and out of respect. So, you know, I encourage you, there's lots of presentations that have been put on the back burner because of what we went through. And, you know, in this conference, we would actually like to give some updates, and because behind all the scenes, there's still work being done. And sometimes that was pushed aside, but you know, it's time to rise up again and let's do this work together. Thank you.
Thank you to the executive for your words and for setting the tone for our meeting. So at this time, I'd like to call upon the auditor, Christopher Logan, to present to the chiefs the audited financial statements. Oh, okay. Apparently he's online. Oh, I think I'll beat that some, but.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Just give me 1 second here. I'm going to share my screen. If you could please just let me know if my screen shared as well.
So we can see it, and I believe the statement was handed out to the delegates.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So yes, my name is Chris Logan. I'm a partner from BDO in our Thunder Bay office. First thing I'd like to apologize for not being in attendance today. I had not been feeling very well for the past couple of weeks. I just didn't feel that it would be appropriate to be in attendance with such a large number of people. What I'm going to do today is go through the audit report for Anishinaabe Aski Nation Corporate Services, and then also go through some financial highlights in the financial statements. Before I get started, I'd like to thank you for letting me be a part of your gathering and your meeting, and also acknowledge NAN Finance and Jeff Ranieri and his team. They were great to work with while we were conducting the audit this year. So I'm going to go through first thing I'm going to do is go through the independent auditor's report. So the audit report is split in about 5 different sections. So the first one being the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements. So in terms of, BDO and what our responsibilities are on the financial statements. So our responsibility is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free of material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. It's important to note that the reasonable assurance, it's a high level of assurance, but it's not a guarantee that an audit conducted in accordance with GAS or Canadian generally accepted auditing standards is always going to detect a material misstatement when it exists. As part of our audit, in accordance with Canadian GAS, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout our audit. So in addition to issuing our opinion on the financial statements, it's also our responsibility to identify and assess risk of material misstatements in the financial statements. So what we do is we identify the risk, and then we design and perform audit procedures that are responsive to those particular risks that we have identified. Also important to note that the risk of not detecting material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than one resulting from an error, as fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omissions, misrepresentations, or an override of internal control. It's also our responsibility to obtain an understanding of internal control that's relevant to the audit in order to design appropriate audit procedures. It's our responsibility to evaluate the appropriateness of the accounting policies used by management. It's also our responsibility to conclude on the appropriateness of management's use of a going concern basis of the financial statements. And it's also our responsibility to evaluate the overall presentation structure and content of the financial statements, including the disclosures, and whether the financial statements represent the underlying transactions and events in a manner that achieves fair presentation. In the report, we also identify responsibilities of management and then those charged with governance. So management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements in accordance with accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. Also responsible for developing the appropriate internal controls to make sure that financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether that's due to fraud or error. It's management's responsibility to determine if the entity is a going concern. And it is the responsibility of those charged with governance. Those charged with governance are responsible for overseeing the organization's financial reporting process. This year we have what we refer to as an other matter in the auditor's report. The other matter indicates that the financial statements for the prior year were audited by another auditing firm. They expressed an unmodified opinion to the financial statements in the prior year. The basis of our opinion, so we conducted our audit in accordance with Canadian GAS. Our responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities, which what I went through. We're independent of the organization in accordance with our ethical requirements. And we believe that the audit evidence that we've obtained is sufficient and appropriate for the basis of our audit opinion. Our audit opinion on the financial statements. So we've audited the accompanying financial statements of Anishinaabe Nation Corporate Services, which comprise of the statement of financial position as at March 31st, 2023, the statement of revenues and expenses, the changes in net assets and cash flows for the year that ended, and then as well as the notes to the financial statements, including the summary of the significant accounting policies. And in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the organization, the results of operations and cash flows, for that year ended in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. So effectively, we have the opinion, an unqualified or unmodified opinion, which is the opinion that we want. I'll quickly go over some financial highlights. The statement of financial position. So this is the sort of the snapshot of the organization as at March 31st, 2023. We can see we had cash equivalents of $38 million, so a decrease of about $3.5 million over the prior year. Our accounts receivable balances have come down by about $4.5 million. So we've collected more receivables in the prior year. Tangible capital assets, we've got purchases of capital assets of about $1.6 million. Accounts payable and accruals essentially is the same year over year. Our deferred contributions, so we've seen that come down from $22 million down to about $14.7 million, which really represents, and we'll see on the statement of operations, that we were able to spend more, with COVID, lifting, having more expenditures, and therefore our deferred contributions come down. In terms of the net assets, we would note that the board and council has indicated there's going to be an internal restriction of $300,000 on net assets. So I'm going to go down to note 10. Note 10 reads, council has internally restricted net assets of $300,000 for potential contingencies. This internally restricted amount is not available for any other purposes without the approval of council. So that's one change over the prior year. Go through our statement of revenues and expenses. Total revenue recognized has increased from $62.6 million to $71.87 million over in the current year. The funds transferred for First Nations operations. So as funds are received by NAN and transferred to First Nations, that balance last year was $32.5 million, and this year $29,667,000. So net revenue for NAN, $42 million as opposed to $30 million in the prior year. In terms of our expenses, so we can see, as travel and more conferences and workshops were able to occur in 2023 as opposed to 2022, we can see conferences and workshops and reports, for example, $13.5 million as opposed to $6.2 million. And then you see an increase in salaries and benefits from $12.8 million from about $10 million. Then you can see our travel from $1.5 million up to $3.3 million. The total expenses were at $41,468,000 as opposed to $28 million in the prior year. The excess revenue over expenses, we've got $739,000 as opposed to $2 million in the prior year. So I guess in summary, from a financial health standpoint, one thing we want to look at is the current assets as opposed to the current liabilities. Current assets being $48 million as opposed to current assets being about 43. So there's sufficient resources to pay down all current obligations. Unless management has anything else to add in terms of the current operations, that summarizes my report from an auditing standpoint.
Okay, Miigwech Christopher, does that conclude your presentation?
It does, yes, unless there's any questions that are raised.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go right into the resolution. We'll have a mover and seconder, and then that opens the floor for questions. Okay, so if we can have the resolution up. Okay, so the resolution will be 23 2023/14, acceptance of NAN Corporate Services Financial Audit. Whereas the financial statements of Anishinaabe Nation, NAN, Corporate Services, and the Auditor's Report for the year ending March 31st, 2023 have been presented at the 41st Annual Keewaywin Conference. Whereas the financial statements fairly describe the financial position of NAN Corporate Services for the year ending March 31st, 2023. Whereas NAN Chiefs Finance Committee have reviewed and accepted the financial statements and auditor's report as presented. Therefore, be it resolved that NAN Chiefs in Assembly accept and approve the NAN Corporate Services audited financial statements as presented for the 2022-23 fiscal year, dated at Thunder Bay, Ontario, this 15th day of August 2023. I will need a mover, and if you could, for purposes of the recorders, state your name and community. I need a mover. So I do need a mover for this resolution.
Good morning, Cornelius Wabans, Weber First Nation.
Miigwech, Chief Wabas. I do need a seconder for this resolution. Need a seconder for the resolution.
Chief Allen, Constance Lake.
Thank you, Chief Rick Allen from Constance Lake. Does the mover have any comments on the resolution? None from the mover? Seconder? Okay, so the floor is now open. Are there any questions or comments on the resolution regarding the audit? I feel like I'm tracking a moose, you know, you're going from one end to the other. You can tell I'm a hunter, eh? Okay. Right. I don't see any comments. And as well, we do have the finance person from NAN, so if you do have questions after, there's that opportunity to ask those questions. So I don't see any further comments. So all in favor of the resolution 23-14, please raise your hand. Okay, I see that it's unanimous. Miigwech.
Okay, Miigwech, thank you, Connie. So it's 10:30 and we were behind, but we're all caught up. So thank you very much. It's very easy. We are going to forego the break though. We're going to plug right along. Be a slave driver up here. Okay, so next agenda item is in camera, just like we talked about this morning. Deputy Grand Chief Ajani Beniscum, as part of her annual report, there will be a governance committee update. So we're going to go in camera. Everybody can stay except government officials and media. So no media, no government officials, and we're going to turn off the live feed. So if I can get confirmation from
Want to listen ad-free, download music offline, and keep songs playing in the background? Get YouTube Music Premium.
Hello. I'd like to ask for the delegates to come back into the room. We'd like to get started. Miigwech. Hello. Hi. Can all the chiefs and delegates come back into the room? We'd like to get started. Please and thank you. Hello, just gonna get started here. I'll be introducing Deputy Grand Chief Linklater. He'll be doing the annual report on 3 issues: sustainable initiatives, infrastructure and housing, First Nation drinking water legislation. He'll also be joined by Jennifer Constant, Policy Advisor of Sustainable Initiatives, and Mike McKay, Director of Infrastructure and Housing. Miigwech.
Thank you. We only have 45 minutes to 3 important items, so I'd just like to just give a short introduction, and then we'll hand it off to our staff. Appreciate the opportunity with everything that's been going on in the last year and so and such. A lot of our updates have been pushed back, but these are important things that we as leadership need to address, so we'll go right into it. I do want to ask the chief something out of respect. I had two eye procedures in the last, 8 months ago, and the lights are really bothering me, and I can't even wear my glasses. So just to give you the heads up, I'm going to have to put on my shades. I'm not trying to act cool or anything or disrespectful, but I always tell people never get old. But I think it's just that time in my life where things are just starting to fall apart. So, so if you see me with my glasses, no, I don't want you to take offense. I do have one other thing, because I see a lot of people that I do know here. I can only see out of one eye, so if I missed you and I can't see you, or if you really need to talk to me, jump right in front of me, okay? You're not going to scare me, but it's just, I need your prayers, and it's awful to lose your eyesight, but it is what it is, so you just deal with it, and it is life. So out of respect, I'll put my shades on, and if you need to talk to me, just come right up to me, Henry. Here I am. But we'll ask Jennifer Constance to come up at this time, and then we have Mike, and then we have Mehigan too. Thank you.
Anin, good morning. I'd like to say a greeting to the elders that are here today. It's very lovely to hear you, and I appreciate your words about language, Barney. And then I'd also like to acknowledge the youth and the drum that was here earlier today to do the opening. Just going to move this aside. So I'm going to go over briefly the presentation for sustainable initiatives and the activities that we've been up to. So we're going to touch on, I don't know if it's cute, if we can go to the next slide. Do I have, oh, right here, sorry. So we'll touch on the issue of resource equity. Deputy Grand Chief Linklater will do an overview of that. If not, I can go over it briefly. Okay. We're going to touch on modular hydroponic farming pilot project potential. Talk about the NAN Sustainable Initiative Summit. I mentioned it at last year's Keewaywin conference. I'll do an update on that. And then an update on climate change and food sovereignty. So in terms of resource equity, and just to let you know, a copy of this presentation will be handed out shortly. I'm just waiting on the copies to be ready, so they'll be coming into the room shortly to do that. So one of the things that we will be looking at is examining resource equity issues as it pertains to lands and resources within the NAN territory. As you all know, Treaty 9 is a sharing agreement, yet we have not seen our equitable share of the wealth derived from our territory. I know that there are certain areas that have been examining their own area. What we want to do is produce a document that it solidifies the information to help better serve you in your community's quest to address these issues. So what we want to do is review historical and current economic impacts on First Nations territory that have contributed to the provincial and national economy. So the review of the inequities of wealth distribution and its contribution to the current social and economic state in First Nations, and establish a resource economic council to champion this initiative, which will consist of experts in the economic landscape as well as chiefs. So one of the other projects that we're going to be looking at in the Sustainable Initiatives Department is a pilot project potential for modular hydroponic farming. What we're looking at is the potential of one in the Western First Nation communities, a Northern First Nation community, and one in the Eastern Hub. And what this would do is represent the diverse climate and geographical realities of NAN. It would serve to demonstrate capability of modular farming units for NAN communities and establish a potential year-round food security, accessibility, and cost. It would examine economic opportunities in growing and distribution of produce, and it would be addressing social, economic, and educational and youth objectives of NAN. As I mentioned, the sustainable initiatives, I previously reported it as an economic summit, but as my department includes food sovereignty and climate change, it seems only suiting that it would take the title of the department. So a proposal has been submitted to IAO for a 2 to 3 day summit, which is still being tentatively planned for Toronto. And the reason for that location is just consideration for travel for First Nation communities. I know when we came out of the pandemic, travel was a real issue with people being stranded, flights being canceled. So I wanted to make it as fair as possible for people who have to do flight from remote locations. The purpose of this summit would be for sharing of knowledge, learning and highlighting from experiences, with a focus on Indigenous experts in economic development, business, mining negotiations, food sovereignty, and climate change. And once the funding is approved for this, we'll be looking at doing a committee to have some advisories to help with guiding the direction of the committee, and so that we don't forget everything. I'd like to think I know everything, but I know that I don't. In terms of, sorry, I'm not. Climate change, just a reminder, the Chiefs Committee on Climate Change, Environment, and Impact of Forestry, we still have committee vacancies. Letters have been sent out to your tribal councils. We need, I believe, four vacancies, representatives from community, tribal councils to review various climate change documents on an urgent basis. So we need an appointment of one chief as well as alternatives for the committee. And then I'll elaborate on that. So specifically, one of the action items is as it relates to Resolution 1929, the call for a declaration of climate change emergency. So we're waiting on a response for confirmation from a few of the tribal councils for chiefs representatives and also alternates for the committee. So the following tribal councils have appointed a chief, although there's been no alternates appointed. So we have one for the independent bands from Abitibi-Algonquin Nation. We still need an alternate for that as well. For the Matawa First Nations, we have a representative from Webakwe. Again, we need an alternate for that. Waban Tribal Council has also submitted a representative from Matachewan. Again, an alternate for that counterpart. And then Wendigo Tribal Council has appointed the chief from Cat Lake. And again, an alternate for that. So a few of the projects that we've closed out in our department this year, one was the wood stove pilot project. I know there's two of them, and I believe Mike might be updating on his particular aspect. So the wood stove pilot exchange project, I made the font a little too small for even my eyes here. So NAN in Ontario Climate Change Solution Deployment Corporation, known as the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, delivered a project that aimed to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions by retiring old wood stoves in exchange for her new higher efficiency wood stoves to 6 remote First Nation communities. The target was changing out 195 wood stoves. The project was completed in 2 phases, but there was a delay to the project as it started prior to COVID. It faced a number of issues, and thankfully we were able to move forward with the project in spite of that. The decommissioned stoves are to be repurposed and recycled for other uses in the community, since we did have a multitude of issues in removing them and the limited road access to remove the stoves. Food sovereignty, I'll just briefly go over this. The community gardening starter kit packages was one of the projects that our food sovereignty coordinator participated in. She also participated in a land-based youth greenhouse, which was a collaboration with the infrastructure advisor and the Youth Life Promotions Project, land-based youth greenhouse purchase plan. And I believe that was successfully carried out. I think there may be photos in your packages that you received. Food sovereignty update. So our food sovereignty coordinator participates in the Nutrition North Canada Committee for the harvester support, oh sorry, I read that wrong. Meetings, reporting requirements for the food, for harvester support grant. NAN FedNor needs an assessment feasibility. They completed that. I believe there's a document as well that we will have available. It's still going through, I think, a final review. And then one of the main items moving forward will be the NAN North Canada Research Grant. The Sustainable Initiatives Department was successful in securing a 2-year project, and they received $250,000 for that particular project. Again, the draft vision statement for our department. Sustainable Initiative supports and advocates for impactful outcomes led by communities, by the communities we serve. Our inclusive path to prosperity and well-being reflects the sovereignty of our nations, leverages the wisdom of our knowledge keepers, and balances sustainable development with responsible land stewardship for future generations. And this is our department, so myself, I don't even know if I introduced myself, but Victor did. And then Melinda Coates. We are presently in the process of looking for another climate change coordinator, so we will have that out shortly. And that concludes my presentation. Yeah, it is. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Hi, can we have one of the chief recognize the Women's Council? Okay.
I recognize Brenda Fox, Women's Council.
I guess in terms of climate change, one of the questions that I have in terms of, I guess, these studies that are being done is coming to the communities. You know, I picked up a young man one time and he asked me, do you notice that the animals are behaving differently? And I said, I thought I was the only one that I thought I was going crazy, because I've noticed that the animals and the way that the climate has changed, they have been behaving very differently. And I don't know, you hunters out there notice that, I'm going to say this in my language, animals. Normally we do not see that partridge that big until late September, October. So there was a very significant impact to climate change in our area. And also the berries themselves, and then they started to fall. It was due to the climate change and the environment. So I think we really need to look at our communities more closely, and there's also the clear cutting that is happening. We have noticed that we have never had tornado warnings. We are not prepared for that kind of climate in our communities to be impacted with a tornado. So I think we need to go to the grassroots of our communities and really look at the impacts of climate change that is changing, especially in terms of hunting and berry gathering. Gotcha.
Last week, we attended this net zero conference on climate change, and a lot of those questions, Brenda, came up, and they're actually going to meet him next week here in Thunder Bay. He's a doctor from the University of Laurentian, and he is meeting with KO, I believe, Matawa and Mish. There were already some studies that have gone out, and the very concerns that are there. So we'll provide more information as it comes forward, but it is true. We need to come to your communities and ask about the changes that are happening in your territory. And one of the things, and I know it's a big issue, and it's going to be an issue further down the road that's being forecast, is the forest fires are going to happen. And they talked about up in the Fort Severn area, that even during the winter, that the flames are still underneath the permafrost. And they could forecast with their technology now where the fires are going to be within the next few years. And it's exciting stuff when you're hearing it, because it gives us the ability to plan and to prepare. It's been a rough few years with the evacuations, and climate change has a big impact on our territory, and it's an important thing. And I think moving together, we really have to address it from all our territories. So thank you.
We have a question from the Youth Council. Can we have a chief recognize them?
So just to help out our youth co-chair, rules of procedure are, this is a chief's assembly. Chiefs and proxies can speak on the floor. We also invite members of the Youth Council, the Women's Council, and the Elders Council to sit with us. But in order for them to speak, we have to have a chief ask that they be recognized, and then as co-chairs, we'll recognize them. So thank you. What our youth co-chair is asking is that the Youth Council representative, somebody asked that they be recognized. I'm going to give it back to our youth co-chair.
Chief Wesley, would you like to recognize?
Chief Wesley, Cat Lake First Nation. I'd like to move on the floor that might be open for the women and the youth and the elders, because if that's acceptable to the assembly. And I recognize Ashley Back, Youth Council, to speak.
Miigwech.
Good morning morning everyone. There's a question from Youth Council that they asked me to raise for sustainable initiatives. They're wondering if there is a spot for the Oshkoshkat Council on the Chiefs Committee on climate change, and also they just wanted me to note as well that we really do believe that climate change is probably one of the most important issues for youth right now, as that's going to be impacting us in the future and all the kids in the future. So we're really hoping to be able to be more engaged in sustainable initiatives, including on the Chiefs Committee. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ashley. Yes, absolutely. So I made the assumption that it's implied, but so on the Chiefs Committee, there will be a representative from the Women's Council, the Youth Council, and an elder as well. So hopefully that answers your question. And I do agree, climate change, none of us will be able to do any of the work that we need to do without our environment being suitable to be able to carry out any of the activities. But I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Miigwech, we have a question over here.
Good afternoon, Jason Batiste, proxy, Matachewan First Nation. Just Jen, for clarity for the additional youth, elders, and women on your council, because it's Chiefs Council. I think if it's a required change in your terms of reference, I would move to accept that those groups be added as sort of ex officio, because it is a Chiefs Council, right? This is the decision makers. So I would move that if it's required, that a change in your bylaw or your terms of reference, that those be added.
Miigwech, do we have any more questions?
Thank you. At this time, I'll hand it over to Mike McKay.
Good morning. Good morning to the chiefs, the proxies, the elders, women's and youth councils. My name is Michael McKay, Infrastructure and Housing Director at NAN. So with just to respect the time as well, I will keep my updates at a high level. And first off, I'll start with on the housing file. So the mandates we follow are outlined on the presentation here. The Resolution 18 NAN Housing Strategy, and at the last Keewaywin, we got a resolution to support and accept and implementation of the NAN Housing Strategy. And so there at we've been working on the themes outlined within that strategy. There are 7 themes, and to kind of officially launch that strategy, we held in November 2022. We hosted the NAN Housing Summit. That event had brought together about 125 delegates through the NAN territory. Subjects included community projects. We had panels there from communities. We had a trade show with suppliers and products that they're showcasing there as well. So the event went very well. I'll share that we are planning and hosting the second one, the NAN Housing Summit here in Thunder Bay on November 29 and 30. So along with the strategy, when we did first propose it, it was identified by the chiefs that this is a long-term initiative, and there needed to be some immediate action, especially with NAN on the advocacy side, and that's why we developed the immediate housing and infrastructure needs technical report. It is an advocacy tool for the executive, and they've brought it forward at various meetings, initiatives, whether it's meetings with governments or for myself, I'm part of the Chiefs, the COO Chiefs Committee on Housing, and I've brought that report into those meetings. We've also shared it with tribal councils that are helping your communities with preparing housing proposals. It does have that data that they can take and utilize for those proposals. One project I'll highlight is that falls within a theme within the housing strategy. It's called Community-Led Designs for Specialized Housing in the North. It was we were successful through CMHC's National Housing Strategy Housing Supply Challenge. It's a research funding stream. We're successful in securing funding through that, and we've been working on that for the last year and a half or so. We've had a few workshops bringing together community members and architects to design homes that are more acceptable for communities, for the geography, the lifestyle, and so it's been going well so far. We have our 3rd co-creation meeting in Timmins next month. Move on to the next item, but I'll quickly add too. We have been meeting with our Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure. We had a meeting on October 19th, 2022, and hosted a virtual meeting on February 1st, 2023. And we do get our direction and feedback from them at those meetings. For the just moving on to the remote northern airports, it's a file we've been working on for quite a bit now, 6-7 years since I started, and resolution for that is the aviation safety in First Nation communities. And I'll just highlight a few key items for this file. We've been meeting with whether it's the NAN IAO provincial relationship table. We've been utilizing that table to bring things like this forward. And so recently, you might have got a letter from MTO on this. Something that we've been that was identified as a priority from communities was that that communities required standby pay. So MTO implemented seasonal winter standby pay for remote airport staff in November 2022. This will provide proper compensation to staff for being available to provide service after hours when required. This will improve service at the airports and improve that the work-life balance for community members since they're working with MTO. Also, like I said, with the IAO NAN relationship table, we do bring things forward. We brought forward the idea of conducting a capital needs and operation and maintenance assessment for all 29 remote northern airports to identify deficiencies and future upgrades required to meet the needs of communities they serve. So this work is ongoing. The other thing we're working on is that Transport Canada has introduced new pilot flight duty regulations for smaller aircrafts that came into effect on December 12, 2022. The new regulations, combined with the national pilot shortage, have resulted in limited flight availability, shorter hold times in communities, and higher flight costs. The last item for this that I'll highlight is we did participate in MTO's Northern Ontario Transportation Task Force. It's to inform the ongoing implementation of and updates to the Northern Ontario Transportation Plan. The forum allowed NAN to raise issues unique to NAN territory, such as airports, winter roads, and to provide input that will improve the safety of transportation in Northern Ontario. That final report was submitted to the Ontario Minister of Transportation. The next item I wanted to cover was the MTO Remote Airport Employee Taxation Support. So again, we've been working on this file, bringing things forward, trying to advocate, and it did take a while for those policy changes, but we made there were some wins there recently. So NAN has been working with employees from airports located off reserve and partially off reserve to address a long-standing issue of payroll taxation. 11 remote airports in NAN communities are located off reserve or partially off reserve, and their staff have been subject to payroll taxation since the airports were constructed. These airports were constructed in the late 70s, early 80s, but ever since then, those staff have been taxed. So in March of 2023, the Canada Revenue Agency made a ruling to exempt the staff from payroll taxation moving forward. So those staff are no longer subject to taxation. And like I said, that's a big one for the quality of life for those staff. And moving forward, the MTO provided all airport staff with a CRA form to change the status of their income tax to place 100% of their time on reserve for tax purposes. And NAN will support the staff in filing the remaining CRA paperwork for reimbursement of those previous years. Just to quickly scan, I'll just quickly scan through this one. And for the winter roads, I've outlined the mandate there. In March 2023, the Ministry of Energy, Northern Development and Mines announced an additional $5 million in funding, in addition to the base funding for winter roads. And we are planning and hosting a NAN Northern Road Summit, October 11th and 12th. So that is confirmed and it is moving forward. We've developed a working group for that, and they provide the direction and topics we want to see at that forum. And it will cover, examples are current winter road networks and provide a space for all-season road development discussions. And also covering that will be climate change, resilient infrastructure. The next item is the NAN SpaceX Starlink program. I've included the mandate there, Resolution 2011, support for broadband upgrades, COVID-19 global pandemic. I'll just cover some key activities from the Starlink program. Obviously, we know the importance of that, especially during COVID, when a lot of the services moved over to a virtual platform, whether it was education, justice, and we know that critical infrastructure like water treatment plants depend on on dependable internet. So far, 40 of the 49 NAN communities and Pelican Falls High School are currently engaged in some element of the project. To date, NAN has ordered approximately 2,019 Starlink units to 37 NAN communities. So we're about 95% complete of that project. Most of the communities have access to this program. And so, but we still currently work on that. If any communities want to reach out to our department, please do. And also, NAN is currently working with project partners to begin the initial steps of upgrading IT architecture required to improve remote learning for NAN schools. And we continue to work with KNET and the Western James Bay Telecom Network. Maintaining that good working relationship, and we try to ensure the impacts of community revenue streams are minimal whenever possible. This is my last slide. So I've outlined the three mandates we follow here, and I'm just going to quickly share some key activities on this. We do have regular meetings with Tribal Council water leads, Ontario First Nation Technical Services Corporation, and Indigenous Services Canada to discuss issues related to water operations, maintenance, and governance within the NAN territory. We are also working with First Nations Engineering Services Limited to develop a comprehensive water and wastewater needs assessment for all NAN communities. For this assessment, we're about 70% complete. We've done similar assessments within education, waste, and we would like to. We're almost done this one, so we will share with the chiefs when we get that done. Also, we also attend events organized by COO and AFN to receive information on the ongoing development of the new First Nations water legislation. For this, I'm going to ask our infrastructure advisor and our legal advisor, Mehegan Armstrong, to provide some more details and an update on the First Nations drinking water legislation.
Slide deck. Can we get the slide deck up? Or okay, so that's forward and that's back. Hi everyone. Let me just. Okay, yeah, we're good now. Yeah, so I just want to acknowledge the drum and the youth and women's council as well, and everyone in the room. Thank you. So yeah, I'm just gonna. I do acknowledge there's also lunch right there, so I'm gonna be very, very quick on this one. And then Jamie and I will be available today and later for any questions or to talk about it. But yeah, so I will start and move in. So. This is sort of the background. I'm just going to burn through this really quick here. So drinking water legislation has kind of been in the books for a while now. So in 2010, Bill S11 came out. NAN had a resolution that opposed that. That was Resolution 1047. Bill S8 actually was passed in 2013. That became the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. There was no regulations actually made under that act because there was such a there was a lot of pushback on some of the clauses in that. So they actually didn't go ahead making any regulations under that. So it was basically dormant. Nothing was happening at all with that legislation. And it got repealed on June 23rd, 2022, so roughly a year ago. So right now we're at this phase where it's called the proposed short title is the First Nations Drinking Water and Wastewater Act. So consultation drafts were released in February 2023 and August 2023. So this is an update to Resolution 2305, which was increased involvement in federal water legislation process. So when that came out, that resolution in January, no drafts had been introduced yet. So there was really no idea of what was in there. So in February, we got a consultation draft, and Mike touched on, we've had some meetings. It's in the briefing note as well, the sort of activities that have occurred under that. Yeah, and so for a little bit more background too, there's also, we included the resolution and the briefing note to that resolution just to give a little bit of background. Just trying to get everything up to speed to pretty much what's happening today. So the new draft was released on August 4th online, so it's only been live for about 11 days. One big thing is that there's no regulator identified, and we'll get why that's important a little bit later on. And this is kind of a weird legislation because normally they don't do a proposal draft and then send it to into the parliamentary process. Usually they'll draft it, put it in the parliamentary process, and then the discussions will occur. So from what I've heard from some government officials, that this is a pretty untypical process. This is not normal. So it's kind of weird that they've also had two drafts already, and they want to get it into the parliamentary process by fall. So there's a short timeline here. So the reason why this has come out and there's an urgency to this is it came out of the class action settlement, so section 903. We'll look at 2A sub 1. I'm just focusing on the minimum standards. This will be more apparent as we go on. But in here it says the replacement legislation to the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act needs to have, is premised upon defining minimum standards for water quality for water and wastewater systems, with reference to standards that are directly applicable to First Nations communities. So what we have heard from infrastructure folks from the tribal councils and stuff like that is the lack of standards has been somewhat of an issue because it creates a benchmark when you have standards to what to build to and what to try to achieve. So there hasn't been any standards in any communities unless they implemented them themselves through various ways, but there's no regular standard across the board. So the February 2023 draft, this is a very high level simplified version, but this is the intended or preferred path by the government, which was that First Nations would create laws, and then there's sections in there where you could create agreements with the minister or ministers, depending on you know, if it went over into different portfolios or whatever. So the idea is that like you might have an agreement with the minister to figure out how to implement that, and then step 3 would be the implementation of those standards or laws or whatever you wanted to do. And the lawmaking is premised. So it's a different, in both drafts, this is worded the same, it's just found at different parts, but as you'll see that it's the lawmaking is, in the first sentence, it's based under the inherent right of self-government. So the authority is not given by the government, the authority is already within nations, and they're pretty much acknowledge that they can create laws on that. The legislation is important though, because it does allow for these laws to supersede other acts of parliament. So other laws that are made by the government, these First Nation laws will, if there's a conflict, these will be the ones that actually are the laws to abide by. So the August 2023 draft, and this is what I wanted to get to, and this is kind of the most important piece, is now there's default minimum standards being introduced, which means that this will apply to every water system and across Canada, basically, every First Nations water system. So again, this is kind of the preferred or the intended path, but instead of creating laws, there is you choose default minimum standards. So this is what is in the August 2023 draft, which was it's up to the choice specified by First Nations governing body. The quality of drinking water must at least meet the guidelines set out in the guidelines for Canadian drinking water quality, or the drinking water standards in place in the province or territory where the First Nations lands are located. So either Ontario or the Canada, like the federal drinking water guidelines, are basically saying you got to make a choice. Which one do you want to follow? And that's going to apply to every water system. If this gets passed in this draft. I got to really reiterate that this is definitely not final. It's not in the parliamentary process. So this could completely change, but this is what we're working with now. So we had a meeting with ISK to really kind of clarify here what they meant by the quality standards, and if they're just talking about numerical values such as maximum acceptable values, like lead contaminants and things like that, or operational ones, which is facilities classifications, operator certifications, things like that. And they said it could kind of go both ways is what they're intending right now, but there's room to create operational standards, which is important for NAN communities because a lot of these systems, if you were to take Ontario, for example, it would be considered like a small system, which has different regulations. And Ontario has their own sort of water operational standards, which are different from province to province as well. And I took a quick look, and I don't think the guidelines, the federal ones, have any operational standards. So just kind of to simplify this a bit, there's a choice that needs to be made. But if there is no choice made, so Section 9, it says, if a choice is not specified by First Nation governing body, so really quickly here, governing body is a term that they put in there, which means a council, a government, or other entity that is authorized to act on behalf of a First Nation that holds rights recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution. So basically what this means is there's a delegation clause in here, like a mechanism to make it so that you can have any body that you create, and then they're able to create laws and to enforce laws. So in this, it says if they don't make the choice, the minister, in consultation and cooperation with First Nation governing body, must determine which of the following standards are the highest, and those standards will apply to the First Nation lands of that First Nation. So in the case of Section 6, which is the one that we just saw, it kind of looks like it's the minister is forcing a decision at this point, saying, okay, do you want to do the federal or do you want to do the Ontario standards? So I call it mandatory. There's some language in here that might be that you could maybe override this, but I think there needs to be a little bit of clarity on that. So we'll go back just to kind of look at this again. So these are kind of the steps here, is that, there's probably, what's contemplated right now is that there's going to be a choice made for every water system, and who's going to make that choice is up to First Nations, and how that's going to play out. So, yeah, like I said, in the briefing note, it kind of shows the activities to date. Jamie, I've been in a few meetings. Mike as well, been meeting up with tribal councils and the infrastructure folks from there as well, just trying to get a good grasp on this. And we have a meeting on, so this draft is the last day to really put any comments on it is September 8th, which means very quick turnaround. There's a massive push to get this in by fall. So I don't know if there's going to be any more drafts after this or what's going to happen. And then who knows what's going to happen once it goes into the parliamentary process, like once it goes to the House of Commons or Senate or, whatever, right? Like, it's really hard to say what's going to happen and what the final product will look like. But there's been a meeting organized for October 31st with some NAN hubs and infrastructure folks to discuss this and get some feedback before September 8th. And that's all I have for now. So, hello.
Miigwech, we have a question from Kat Lee.
Chief Wesley Catholic. I have a few questions. I guess essentially for our information, what's in the new Water Legislation Act, and how does that affect our communities? That's the first question. And there is a concern with the immunity clause, the federal government. How are we going to deal with that particular issue? And secondly, there's no commitment to funding. And another problem is the recognition of authority. The Act recognizes our authority. How are we going to implement that authority without any kind of funding process for that? I guess those are essentially my questions. If you can answer them, please.
Yeah, okay, for sure. So I'll deal with the immunity one. They actually took that out in the new draft. So that, I know that the two sections that you're talking about, but just to kind of let everyone know, in the old draft, there was two clauses. One that said basically no First Nations person or person working in any of these in the plants or doing anything in the delivery of this water, they would not be liable for anything unless, like, if it was done in good faith, which is kind of a legal standard. And then it also included that for the federal government as well. So they had immunity if they were doing it in good faith. And in the new draft, it's completely gone. They took it out. So I don't know if that's better or if they should have just tweaked the language a little bit to not just kind of give a blanket immunity to pretty much everyone. But so they went pretty much completely the opposite way, deleted it. And how is this going to affect communities? It didn't, before it had this lawmaking authority, and like I'm not part of the drafting, so I can only really kind of explain what I know. But prior to this latest draft, what I had found was there was not a lot of substance in general. A lot of language that say you may get an agreement with minister, there may be funding allocations, there may be, there's no real hard commitments to anything. So the new draft creates hard commitments. So before it kind of left things up to communities to figure out how they wanted to do this, what standards they wanted, that sort of thing. But it was all very hands-off is the way that I would describe it. Like, they weren't really prescribing, they weren't making you do anything. This one, the real big one, and this is why I was trying to highlight this, they're saying that there needs to be pretty much a choice between these certain standards. And what Jamie and I have talked about a few times was that, if you're going to create standards, like you have to find a way to, get to those standards, right? And that's where the funding piece comes in, right? So in the new draft, still pretty much the same language when it comes to funding. There may be fiscal arrangements. I think that could be something that could be easily, I'm sure other people are doing that, but if you would like, or however you want to approach that, we can do this. Really say we want something that actually does commit funding. The funding was an important piece in the settlement agreement, so it's kind of a weird position because there's requirements that they're bound by the court order from that settlement agreement, and it seems like they're not fulfilling all of those. So it's really hard to really say at this point, but we could bring that forward. Did that answer your questions, or do you?
Somewhat. I think we, at least for the Wendigo communities, I like to request a discussion. There's a deadline that's associated with this. So if we could have some kind of discussion with the Wendigo communities, and so that we're, so that my community can formally participate. I do have a lot of questions with some of these things that I just brought up there, and NAN as a whole has to comment on this whole process as well. I haven't seen what those comments are, and so.
Yeah, we'll, Chief Wesley, we'll follow up with you after this. We have been in contact with Wendigo. I know they had a large presence at the last coup AFN engagement session here in Thunder Bay. So yeah, we'll follow up with you on that.
Miigwech, I believe Mahikan, Mike, and Jennifer will be here for the rest of the day if you have any more. Oh, okay, one more from Wapikika.
Thank you very much, Chief Brandon Wapikika. It always sounds good when someone's making a presentation about what the government wants us to do. That's what it always seems to be. But I've always noticed the government always has the final say. We don't have a real say. They always say that we have a say, but it's not really true. So my concern is, how does this affect our treaty rights and inherent rights? That's my main concern, is everything that we do, we should be protecting our treaty rights and inherent rights. Thank you.
I have to say that I agree with you, Chief. I mean, these tight timelines, consultations, they put us in the box when it comes to actually having real input. Or do they even listen to our input? And I think everything we need to do moving forward really has to hinge on treaty. And right now, we're going through a process. I know Chiefs of Ontario were trying to push it, and they were trying to make sure that each First Nation would have their say. Because we all go through different issues on water and waste management, so it's, unfortunately, we still got to go through the process, but I don't think it's the end game too, because I think we use these things to make sure we push who we are as a people and what our treaty says. And thank you for the comment, and I think NAN, as a PTO, I mean, we really got to refocus that everything should be based on treaty. Treaty right to health, treaty right to education, economic development, water and wastewater, Because that's why we're here. We need to fight together. And I think as you hear the presentations throughout the day, government's always dictating. They're telling, and they say, come to the table and give us your comments. But then when it's passed, our comments are not recognized or honored. And I think we need to push back. You know, we are in the 50th year. I mean, our founders fought for everything. So you know what? The warriors need to rise up as we fight for Treaty 9, Treaty 5. We have a lot of work ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a quick follow-up in here. So I just found the provision.
Excuse me, I was raising my hand.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Chief Chris Monias from Nishandaga First Nation. Today, we're under boil water advisory for 10,422 days. That's today, from February 1, 1995. That's 28 years, 6 months, and 13 days. I count every day what my boil water advisory is. And to date, we have been getting runarounds from the government, from even project people, the professionals. And there was a design that was made and accepted by the project team, which the First Nation had no say, or very limited say, back in 2016. So they started building a what we call a Frankenstein of a water treatment plant. It's like putting a 2023 motor on a 1979 body or something like that, you know, on a very old system. And we've been struggling to get this water plant working. It's been since 2017 when they started construction. And we were part of the group, we were part of the plaintiffs of the class action during my last term as chief back in 2020. My membership and I started the class action, and we've joined 3 other communities that were already in it, and eventually we took over as lead plaintiffs. And as part of the class action, those were one of the conditions, is a new legislation. And it seems like it's not working. It seems like it's not going anywhere. You know, they say they'll make reasonable efforts to ensure that First Nations have access to clean drinking water. What is reasonable efforts? Like, I can't even get my my water plant working. Is that a reasonable effort to keep stalling, making money? It went from $8.8 million project to close to $30 million already. How do you get those people accountable? How do you get the government accountable? You don't see mines having boil water advisory. You don't see exploration camps having boil water advisory. It's the lack of will. It's a lack of political will from the governments that we are under boil water advisory. We are Canada's longest running boil water advisory to date. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, we've had countless meetings with the minister. We've had we're supposed to have a table with the minister every month, which hasn't happened for since I was elected in April. I think I've only met her once. We're supposed to meet every month. That was part of the deal when we went through court, when we went through the settlement. How do you hold them accountable? How do you hold them to their word? It's like treaties broken again. It's like agreements broken again. You know, that's all I see. I'll leave it there for now, I guess.
Miigwech Chief Muniz. I do believe Mahikan has some final comments. Okay, we're just gonna go to lunch. Terry Fiddler is gonna do grace for lunch. Miigwech.
Miigwech kejina nakmak manitu michim kawe michiak chiminashkagoek. Miigwech manitu kena nakmego nogam kanyaptagijak. Oe michim kawe kunchibantang oe nibe chijoendaman chiminashkagwang mashkawazid machondenamang mi kena nakmego nogam miigwech.
Miigwech Terry. We're gonna break for lunch now, and we'll be back for 1 o'clock. Miigwech.
That's what I said. If I was Here's what it-
That's all I have.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
We missed a couple of
I gotta find a place to plug it. No?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
right, I'll let you.
Cool.
And I'll.
So it's 1 o'clock. We're going to try to start right on time because we have one of the presenters that has to leave, so we'd like to get the delegates back into the room. We're going to try to start right away. Miigwech. Okay, bonjour, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're going to get started again. So if we can have the registered delegates come to the table. Order, Adam. And also, just a reminder to the delegates, if you could sign in at the registration, sign in, and also they have your meal checks. Your meal checks, as you got down. So if the delegates can sign in at the registration, that's how we keep track of registered delegates for quorum purposes. If you can sign in, so if you can sign in. And just a reminder too to the presenters, because it is simultaneous translation, to speak slowly, I guess, so that they can do the translation. Inan ko tamagiot ma kanabat biot nishik jagakit nanyong owene chonjian ko tamogniot. So just a reminder for those that are presenting to speak at a pace so that the simultaneous translation can take place. So with that, we'll get started for the afternoon. At this time, I'd like to call upon Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse to do his report to the delegates.
said no singing, so that's no good. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to briefly do my updates regarding very innovative progression that we have with our social services file, our education file, and also our youth file. So if we have time, during my education update, I would like to pass two resolutions as well. So I'm going to get to that later on in my updates. So, but first things first, I want to update you all on some of the innovative work that we're doing within social services. Social services is pretty broad in terms of the work that we're doing. I'd like to acknowledge my staff as well, and our political and negotiation staff with our final settlement agreement as well, in terms of gaining a lot of traction within the Child and Family Services file. And I'm going to share with you some notes and briefing notes and in terms of the marching orders that this Chiefs and Assembly have given us to ensure that resources go straight to the First Nation community. As you know, Anishinaabe Nation has intervener status at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which found the federal government guilty against discriminating against your children in the area of child and family services. With that, we've negotiated many NAN-specific programs and services and resources that go straight to the First Nation community. As a result of this, you will remember that Choose Life is a NAN-specific initiative that was brought through from our Chiefs and Assembly to answer the call to do something about our high suicide rates. And each of our communities have access to Choose Life through the Jordan's Principle funding mechanism to be developed at the community level. And that's what the Chiefs and Assembly had mandated us to do, to negotiate for that to go straight to the First Nation community to be developed at the community level. Also, we have prevention funding that was secured through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal process, and that prevention funding goes straight to the First Nation community as well to do as you wish with it. That prevention funding, as you know, would help you to help those families or those children in need to stay out of the system. You know, like why for many years we've been focusing on resourcing areas or programs that focus on apprehension, and then with the advent of the creation of our own First Nation agencies, such as Tikanagan, such as Peokatano, such as Kuno Winamano, we're moving to a shift where we need to focus on prevention rather than apprehension. And that's where the cooperation needs to happen at the community level with your agencies as well, because your agencies are there to serve you, First Nation communities as well, but also serve your children in the areas of protection. But now there's a growing movement where the First Nation and the agencies need to really work hand in hand to really support those families so that they do not fall into that scheme of getting your children apprehended. So we're moving towards an area where prevention is key. How do we help the families, wherever they may reside? Chiefs and Assembly have also passed a resolution saying that First Nations children are your jurisdiction, your First Nations jurisdiction, wherever they may reside, wherever they be in Thunder Bay, Winnipeg, Toronto, Utah, anywhere. So they're your children, and by far that's your jurisdiction as well. With that, we have helped also negotiate some resources to help the First Nation access those resources to assist those families wherever they may reside, whether it be on reserve, or off reserve. Half of our membership lives in urban centers and require a lot of assistance as well. And through that, we have the First Nations REP, or as it's commonly known, the Band REP program. And that is for you to utilize and develop at the community level to see how your community would utilize it, to see how best to meet the needs of your community members. I also have, when you're thinking about numbers, I wanted to share with you some figures. Many our citizens say, well, what does NAN do? Or what is NAN doing for us in terms of this particular area? So as chiefs and assembly have directed, resources should go straight to the First Nation community to be developed at the First Nation community. And I want to focus your attention on this briefing note entitled Social Services Portfolio Advocacy Funding. It was handed out before lunch. And the 5 main areas I just want to touch upon, I'm not going to read through this, but it's through the Choose Life program, the Jordan's Principle, the family well-being, the band reps as well. So I just want to share with you, since the Choose Life beginning, from 2018 to 2024, the amount of Choose Life funding accessed by our NAN First Nations in those years between 2018 and 2024 is 466,262,248 to date. So, and that is funding and resources that is going straight to your communities to be developed as you see fit. And we've heard many good stories, testimonials about what some of the good programming that Choose Life is doing. And it's accessed by either your education system, your mental health pieces, your health, youth programs, wherever. And that's to be developed at the community level. It's also accessed by your tribal councils as well to help with your off-reserve membership. And it continues to evolve. It continues to grow. And I'm happy to announce that we are having a Choose Life AGM coming up in this fall. And I'll get you the date momentarily. But the deadline for registration is actually this Friday. We encourage you chiefs to attend our Choose Life AGM. And also it's open to your Choose Life workers as well, and also open to youth. So if you want to bring a youth delegate, please do so as well. Can I get the date of the Choose Life AGM? Ooh, yeah, it's actually coming up pretty soon. It's August 29th to the 31st here in Thunder Bay. So if you haven't already done so, chiefs, you're more than welcome, or your council is welcome to attend. We'll be fully funding that. And your Choose Life workers will be here. And along with, we're inviting a youth participation at the Choose Life Forum as well. So that's August 29th to the 31st. Another thing I just want to also share about to you is the Jordan's Principle funding. Jordan's Principle since 2018 to 2024, the amount of $130 million, 491,305 has been spent since 2018 up until this year for NAN-specific initiatives within Jordan's Principle. I know that there is some challenging aspects of accessing the Jordan's Principle funding, but we have set up a table with Indigenous Services Canada to ensure that our applications within Jordan's Principle are met at a speedy rate of getting those resources that are needed to our children as well. The Family Wellbeing Program also is another program that we help develop. This one's through the province, and this one has been a fixed sort of a pot for every year. Since 2016, it's in inception to 2024 coming up, we have Family Wellbeing Program has been given $42,160,000 that goes straight to the First Nation community to develop your family well-being program. And that's to help with curbing domestic violence, curbing children going into care as well. I know that money has just been fixed. It's a fixed pot, and we're continuing to advocate for more resources to go straight to the First Nation in those particular areas as well, to be developed by you and your constituents. Also, so for the First Nations representative program, we have since 2019 the band reps up until 2024. We have $88,886,000 that's going straight to the First Nation. Again, the band rep program is developed at the community level. We have staff at NAN that would help you develop and evolve the band rep program as well. If you haven't already done so, to access this program or evolve it, I encourage you to do so. There's so much other leverage that we could leverage with this particular pot of funding. So like I said, it goes straight to the First Nation to be developed at the community level to suit your individual unique needs. So we'll continue to help advocate in those particular areas for the band rep program. So I know in my earlier presentations on these particular areas through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, you, the chiefs, and your community member asked, why can't we get a simplified version of what's available to us in these various funding pots for First Nations Child and Family Services Program? Well, you asked, and we delivered. We got this, we put it together, and it's a simplified form, simplified package that tells you what's available to your First Nation, what you can access, how you could spend it, and moving ahead. So we have staff here that also assist you and your staff who is working in these prevention programs, your family services, your any of your areas that with respect to supporting your children, youth, and families at the community level. So it has all these different areas on how to apply what the prevention funding is there for, even funding for protection, maintenance, and operations. There's also money in there for capital, for infrastructure that your First Nation can access as well. We're looking at, we want to ask the question or demand to the Crown, this is what we have, this is what we need, and this is what we want to develop those programs and services at the community level. So yes, so this is also available online. We have copies of this that you could also take home to your respective individuals who are working in these particular areas as well. I know that although we are working to secure these resources that go straight to the community, we know that there is a lot of gaps in the services as well. We recognize in the firm that there is still a lot to do to really work with our child and family service agencies, to work with our band reps, to really assert the inherent jurisdiction of our First Nations over child welfare. We have First Nations like KI who has developed their own child welfare laws, and we have other First Nation communities as well, like TTN, who are doing their own child welfare laws as well. And we invite all of our member First Nations here to really actively start creating their own standards, their own laws regarding those inherent laws that you've had in time immemorial to really assert your inherent jurisdiction over your children. because I know that there is some issues with respect to jurisdiction still. You know, like at times, for example, if there's a child in question that is in need of servicing, I know your band reps who are sanctioned by your First Nations to act for your First Nations for the betterment of their children sometimes have to go through some jurisdictional hoops and would still require your Child and Family Service Agency like Tikanagan or Peokatano or Kunawanamano to be with your band rep worker to intervene in a particular area. So we know that there needs to be more opportunities where that communication between the First Nation, the band rep, and the agency need to coordinate their activities to maximize those resources available to our First Nation children. I mentioned also the fact that there are some inroads that also we have made with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And recently I put out a communique regarding a recent decision from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal granting compensation to your children that were involved in the system from 1991 onwards. And the compensation package includes the fact that each claimant, any child or family member or families that were involved, had their children taken away, is also eligible to receive a base amount of $40,000, and that's a base amount. The tribunal has ruled this. We've argued with Indigenous Services Canada on this particular area, as NAN being interveners in that process. So we worked with the AFN, we worked with Chiefs of Ontario, and we worked with the Caring Society as well under Cindy Blackstock to move this compensation package forward. Because many of your citizens in our communities, although it won't change all the trauma that happened during your children's time in care or the families affected when their children were taken away, I know money doesn't erase all that trauma, but it is owed to your citizens, and we're working out a way to unroll out the compensation pieces to your First Nation citizens. We're trying to also put together a application process that is simple, that we're working with the agencies as well to identify those children who are in care, who is eligible, and of course it relies on the jurisdiction of your First Nation communities as well. And we're there to really help you in this process. We have staff that are going to be set up to help with the compensation pieces as well. And I know in years before when we're talking about the compensation, we learned many hard lessons with the residential school payouts, with the day school payouts, with the 60 scoop payouts, and having that amount of money in the hands of many of our citizens who are going through trauma or addictions. And I think one chief said it was almost like a death sentence, giving that amount of money to individuals. So we want to ensure that there's mental health supports and pieces in place as well. And that we have to identify different safeguards too. So many of your citizens or your families aren't taken advantage of during this time as well when they're having this compensation package going straight to your First Nation. I know that my time is limited, but I want to invite Julian Faulkner, who's part of our legal team, to give you a brief synopsis of the legalese of what's happening with this compensation package and how we maintain our seat at that Canadian Human Rights Tribunal level to ensure that NAN's unique circumstances and unique positions have an opportunity to present our unique solutions at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. So please welcome Julian Faulkner.
Thank you, Deputy, and I want to acknowledge the sacred items in the room and the drum in particular. I want to acknowledge that it is an honor to be on the territory of Fort William First Nation, and want to also acknowledge the elders, the women and the youth, and chiefs. Good day. Very briefly, the news is good. The news is good in the sense that what has been a logjam in terms of finalizing the compensation issues has finally been resolved by decision of July 26th. So literally last month, the CHRT ruled that the compensation agreement arrived at between AFN, NAN, COO, and around the class actions with Canada was approved. And what they approved was $23.34 billion in compensation, the largest compensation order in Canadian history in relation to a human rights violation. The particulars of the compensation determination on a general level, because the details of the protocol for the distribution of money have yet to be ironed out. But the general details that I can pass on to you is that the notion of a minimum compensation of $40,000 per claimant is being honored. The eligibility relates to what people went through in the period of 1991 to 2022, so in the 30-year period between 1991 and 2022. Claimant classes, in other words, the kinds of categories that folks would fall into to be considered eligible. And I want to pause and say I recognize that each person will have undergone their own unique trauma, and money can hardly fix that. And when I talk about claimants and classes, it's another way to dehumanize this exercise. I know people went through horrors, and I'm sorry for that. I can only talk to you about how the law describes eligibility, and they call it claimants. So the claimant classes include removed children, and then the caregivers or parents or grandparents of those removed children, right? In addition, children who suffered any form of denial or delay or a gap in services, in essential services, as a result of the failure to apply Jordan's principle, and their caregivers, parents or grandparents would all fall under what are called eligible classes of claimants. The idea is this class action settlement represents a way to satisfy the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders as well as the class actions. Now, in addition to what I said a moment ago, that the distribution protocol has yet to be worked out, the ruling is fresh off the presses. It also has to be approved by the federal court, because these are class actions and the federal court has jurisdiction over them as well. That means a hearing in the fall. There is no specific identified time that funds will flow, though the parties hope, and I think it's a realistic hope, that by next year funds would flow. So that's kind of a high-level update in what amounts to a $23.34 billion settlement. That's my 5 minutes. I want to be respectful. If there's any questions, happy to answer them, Deputy.
Chief Munoz. Don't worry, I won't be complaining this time.
That's fine. We enjoyed your...
I just wanted to know the claimants. Maybe I failed to hear it when my phone was ringing. What are the years of claimants? How would I ask? Say year of eligibility for claimants.
1991, 2022.
1991 to 2022. That's all children that were removed or
That's right.
denied services?
That's correct.
1991 to
Okay, that's all I want. Thank you.
finish
There's a
2022.
modification to that, I'm sorry. In respect of the Jordan's principal piece of that, it still starts in 1991, but that would end in 2017. So in both cases, claimants date back to 1991. In case of children that are removed, it goes right up until 2022. In respect of the Jordan's principal claimants, those who were denied services, it only goes up to 2017.
Are they eligible year by year, or are they like, like say for instance the water claim there, like for some of us that are only eligible for 8 years, and the children that were born 1992, I think something like that, where 1995 are eligible for their entire life. Is that the way how it works now, or is that going to be a?
So I can't compare it to the water claim. To be honest, Chief, I don't know enough about the water claim. But what I can say is that the tribunal ruled that there had to be an eligibility for a minimum payment of $40,000, and that will apply for each claimant. All right. Number two, the protocol that gets rolled out is going to decide how the $23.3 billion gets distributed. So the devil's in the detail, right?
Yeah.
The answer is they'll be eligible. For how much they'll be eligible is a different question. And how they're going to work out that eligibility is a different question. But if, on the Jordan's principal side, you suffered a gap in services, a delay or a denial in the period of 1991 to 2017, you'll be eligible for compensation. But what that looks like in terms of per person, all we know at this stage is the $40,000 figure.
It's hard to understand. I'll just use a real life example. My daughter, she was born in 1997. She was a birth alert, and I adopted her when she was 9 months old, I think. And she's 26 now. She lives a good life. She lives a very successful life, considering that she's still, she's 20. And would she be eligible? Like I adopted her from the time she was 9 months old.
So
she was born in 1997.
So because of when if she suffered, and I'm not doubting for a minute that she may well have suffered a gap in services. If she suffered a gap in services, and you can demonstrate that it was between the time periods I described, which obviously in your case it would be, then she would be eligible. But I won't lie to you, I have no idea for how much. And that's because, and this is the challenging part to all this, in the end it's money, right? And money simply can't, there's a lot of things, you know this in your life experience, Chief, there's a lot of things money can't fix. And so they're going to do really cold, hard things like classify your life experience in a certain way and then say it's worth a certain amount of money. And it's going to be offensive to everybody, right? And so that process hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I understand that part, but it's just a matter of, I have lots of, I remember I was a child protection worker at some point too, and, and there will be a lot of claimants, for sure, and most First Nation communities. There will be a lot, and we have to prepare on how we can assist those people on make sure that they are somewhat compensated. And there's also a statute of limitations that will be forced on us. Just like in the water claim. It's going to be. And is there any mental health supports that will be provided for people that make those claims?
So the short answer is yes. And in fact, under Deputy's leadership and his vision, he called on the AFN to organize a form of what we're calling compensation supports. So in addition to the mental health supports to help people going through the claim process. The concern is also the money being moved around, right? Money being injected into communities that are, facing drug challenges and the like. And the experiences in with the residential school payouts, we all know were not all positive. And so there are steps being taken to have those discussions and create the supports necessary, including supports to communities, so that they're properly set up for success and not failure as cash starts moving around communities in a way that, there's good and bad to all of this, right?
And if I may too, so we also want to build capacity at the community level for navigators, people, I want to advocate for specific navigator individuals that would help claimants fill out their claims and support the communities that way as well. So it's all about providing enough resources at the community level to help in navigation, but also identify those and create those mental supports that will be required at the community level as well. So.
Good.
Yep. Thank you, Chief. Chief Tweedo.
Okay, I have a question when you're talking about these, like residential school. I know you touched upon that, and I know that's not what we're talking about here. It's the children that went into care. But I had a question. I don't know if the lawyer there can answer it, but I know there was regarding residential school. I'm maybe going off topic, but maybe you guys can guide me to where I can forward this question of claim. Like residential school, the ones I got taken out of home to go to residential schools, they got settlement. And then there was that other one where people that went to their own communities but went home every day, they got compensated. But I'm wondering, what about the people that went to municipalities? Has anybody looked into that?
So that...
Because they were strapped and all that stuff there too, like in municipality schools, because before we got our school, we bused our children into municipalities. So I'm just wondering if that's gonna come down the road. Sorry, I kind of left my mic here.
Chief Tweedo, we can look into that. That's obviously outside the scope of the CHRT piece that we're dealing with on the compensation in respect of on-reserve children around child welfare. But we can look into the question of whether that's been raised and get back to you if you'd like. Okay.
Big Rich.
Nope. Okay. Thank you, Julian. I know I just have a few more minutes, but also I'd like to touch upon another file that I'd like to talk about is our education file. Education is very important, as you know, and we've heard it time and time again regarding education reform. And when we got the file of education, when I did a review of what's happening, I found that the pace of reform within our education system was too slow for the benefit of our students. And all due respect to the work that's been happening over the years with our education authorities, with our education directors, because they brought the knowledge of what's happening, same thing, what they have, what they need, and what they want in terms of developing an education system that is reflective of the cultural, linguistic, language needs of the individual communities whom you serve. But when we're negotiating, I found in past areas, we were negotiating with individuals who did not have any decision-making power. It was always like a a mid-level bureaucrat that would always say, okay, well, we'll take it back. We'll take it back to whoever, and we'll come back to you with an answer on your specific educational needs and requirements. So, having learned the lesson in terms of what we have with the tables we have with Child and Family Services, we wanted to have the same attention in education. We wanted decision makers at the table to really fast track many of our educational goals and aspirations, whether it be new schools or developing strategies on recruitment of teachers, of special needs, of all those particular areas. So we instituted a new reset, if you will, an education reset table. And I made a terms of reference that was signed by Minister Patty Haiju and also members of Minister Miller is not there anymore, but with Cernak as well, to ensure that we have high-level decision makers at the table with us within education. So we have, I know we have some stalls this year. I know I was sick at the beginning of this year as well, and I'm glad to say that we're back on the job in terms of doing the work that needs to happen. But without providing any other excuses, our children require those resources in education. And I'll be coming to you with a couple of resolutions on Thursday to really increase the mandate of looking at our education system to also encompass those mental health supports. We have a resolution that we have in front of you that'll be coming to you on Thursday to increase mental health supports for your students that are going within your school systems on reserve, and also those students that have to leave the First Nation communities to further their education as well. We know this through the 7 youth recommendations that still, many of those recommendations are still not adhered to. There's many outstanding areas that still needs to happen. And we need to keep the Crown and all levels of government accountable to ensure that those recommendations are followed. That includes mental health services. Another resolution that I want to bring to you on Thursday is, I know we have a lot of work that's happening with kindergarten and up to K to 12, all those different areas for your communities, and that's ongoing, and we still have to identify a lot of those gaps in services and recruitments, and also developing a curriculum that is fostered within our languages, our culture, to be more reflective of the needs of your communities, of all of our diverse languages. But I also want to ensure that once we finish grade 12, we want to also get a mandate to really further the supports that is required in post-secondary. As you know, many of our post-secondary rates have remained stagnant over the past many years. And through the work with the cost of living, the cost of getting an education, leaving the community, the rates are still at a sad rate of discrimination against your students who are trying to further their education. And we want to ensure that we, through our education reset table, where we have decision makers there sitting across from us, we want to ensure that your outstanding priorities are met with respect to post-secondary education. So we'll be presenting a resolution on Thursday seeking marching orders to ensure that there is proper needs-based resourcing for post-secondary. Not just for post-secondary education, but also our organizations as well. I know we have many of our tribal councils are engaged in looking at ways to put post-secondary education institutions in place to be more reflective of our true needs of your communities, whether it be in resource development or trades or law or medicine or any of those particular areas that many times your students, our post-secondary students, have a hard time getting into because our cultural identity and our ways of doing, of learning is very different from mainstream. So this is what we want to continue to advocate for and demand, that your education systems, your education authorities, whether it be in tribal councils or working with, for example, like NNEC, Mishkegwa Council, whoever your education bodies may be, to ensure that they are also properly resourced to do the work that needs to happen as well. So we did pass a resolution last year. I know that our Chiefs Committee was disbanded a couple of years ago due to the fact that we had our education committee that consisted of education specialists around NAN, but I firmly believe that NAN is a Chiefs organization. And as rights holders, as treaty holders, treaty partners, you have the say in terms of how we should move ahead with looking at education and education jurisdiction, education reform. So we have put together our Chiefs Committee. We brought back the Chiefs Committee on Education to really help guide politically the education jurisdiction discussions in moving ahead as well. So I'll be providing those resolutions for your review on Thursday, and getting a mandate for mental health supports, and also to include post-secondary education and post-secondary resourcing at a needs-based level in moving ahead. So that's with education. And finally, I just want to mention too, very briefly, a lot of the work, not very briefly, but I want to give them their due respect, is our youth program. I'm so fortunate to have the youth program under my portfolio as well. Many years I've been a youth worker myself. I worked at Dennis Franklin Cromartie High School as a recreation coach, and I worked with many of your students and over the years. And it's basically trying to build capacity at the community level to do youth leadership events, to really support those youth initiatives, whether it be in sports, arts, culture, all those particular areas. I know some of your communities have new youth councils that we want to work with to do youth leadership training. I made sure that, especially all of our executive here have made sure that members of our Xkadzik Council have a seat, have a vocal voice at many of our negotiation tables to ensure that we do have a youth voice, and we include them in many of our decision-making processes in moving ahead. We also expose them to opportunities to meet with other youth across the nation, across Treaty 5, across Treaty 9, to get those perspectives on youth leadership, and we continue to do that as well. We support land-based education, land-based healing initiatives, partnerships with schools, with child and family services, with health, with economic development as well. So we include them in those very important junctures, and we'll continue to do so. I know that the Xkadzik Council will be doing their presentation tomorrow, but I'd really like to acknowledge some of our youth who are aging out, but moving on to new and other areas. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of them, and we'll be watching their careers with great interest and where they go, because over the past few years in their tenure within the Xkadzik Council, working to support youth across NAN has been a great service to their individual nations as well. So I look forward to hearing their presentation, and also looking forward to the new generation of Xkadzik Council members that are coming up with new ideas and new perspectives, new ideas and new music I haven't really heard of before myself. I'm still stuck singing Elvis, so I don't think they know who the king of rock and roll is. Okay. But getting that new perspective of youth. And it's very exciting to have members of the Skadzik Council come up. So we're looking forward to meeting them tomorrow. So with that, Chimigwech, and I'll turn over back to our chair. Did I forget anything? I think we're good.
Miigwech, Deputy, for your very informative presentation, and he's going to be here if you have questions for him. And as he stated, we were going to get into the resolutions regarding education. However, we're going to put that to Thursday. Okay. Chief Wesley.
Yeah, I just have not sure what it is. Maybe it's a rant, I guess, about Jordan's principle. And this was a program that was supposed to eliminate gaps and issues around children and their services. But I find administration of that program extremely ineffective, to the point it's costing me money. I'm not speaking for any other community, I'm just sharing my experience. And the bureaucracy in the system is terrible. And I would urge that there be some measures put in place to address that issue, because it's caused extensive delays for my community when it comes to servicing my children that are in need. Something for Bobby to work on.
Thank you, Chief. Did you want to respond?
Well, yes, thank you for that question, Chief, and that comment. And yes, there's always that bureaucracy within Jordan's principle that we want to keep the Crown to task to ensure that our applications are approved or looked at in a very timely manner. And we'll continue to raise these particular issues at the NAN specific table that we've established with Indigenous Services Canada through the tribunal process to ensure that, that it is very frustrating, especially with the bureaucracy. Sure, Minister Hadji would be up here saying that, yes, of course, Jordan's principle for your children. That message needs to trickle down to the bureaucracy that is handling your individual claims and your individual claims for support. And so we will continue to bring that up in tables in moving ahead as well. Also, I'd just like to mention too that we do have a Choose Life table as well. That is, as you know, Choose Life is under the Jordan's Principle funding mechanism. So those areas too that we want to pay close attention to and keep the government to task to ensure that your applications under Jordan's Principle or Choose Life are still met with a timely order, and to ensure that those programs and services are going straight to your community.
All right, thank you, Deputy, for your answering Chief Wesley. So with that, I'd like to close off this portion if there are not any other questions on the different bags that Deputy carries for our young people, our children, our youth, and our families. With that, I'll call up the Youth Co-Chair to introduce the next topic.
We're going to move on to health transformation, which is going to be by Deputy Grand Chief Linklater and Chief Doug Kelly, who's from BC Health and will be joining us virtually. Miigwech.
Chair, good afternoon. Chiefs and proxies. I'm just going to provide a brief overview of what is contained in the Health Transformation Annual Report. Just want to hit some highlights. I do want to save most of our time to our special guest, who is a chief and who has actually been through the process of health transformation. So, moving forward, I would encourage the chief, if you have any questions on how to get things done, he would be the man to actually address those questions for. But we'll go quickly and then we'll go to our presentation. It says, through our lead, Alvin Fiddler, and guided by the Chief's Council of Health Transformation, we continue to move forward health transformation project under the Charter of Relationship Principles governing health system transformation in the NAN territory. We have received direction from our Chiefs Committee to design a two-path approach, the work that focuses on high-level governance and the immediate issues that affect our communities. These pathways are guided by the working together vision and builds upon the previous five-pillar approach to the work. I don't want to take too much time, but we'll hit some highlights of what we have done in this past year. Working closely with the NAN Chiefs Council on health transformation, we did work on designing the two-pathway approach and updating the business case to secure more funding on proposed activities. We've been working with elders on the Keewaywin vision, guided by previous NAN resolutions, to highlight the importance of the shared value of helping one another and working together as a collective, and focusing on the creation and establishment of health systems and community-driven services through community initiatives. We have continued work on nursing services, including recruitment and retention, as of public health, and advancing practice education, nurses, and the impacts of nursing staff shortages, as many of our First Nations are experiencing that, not just this year, but in years prior. We also been working on transfer payment activities, including becoming a flow-through for diabetes, sexually transmitted blood-borne illnesses. There's work been done on the reclamation of Indigenous laws. Partnerships are so important, working with universities, hospitals, other health authorities, other First Nations. We do work with our health advisory group, who's been together for about 30 years, made up of many of your health, your directors of health and your community health nurses. So we continue to work and engagement on federal distinctions-based Indigenous health legislation. Mental health, including the Mental Health Summit that we just had. As you know, mental health is still a big issue in our First Nations, among our youth, our families, our elders. It touches us all. And, that work needs to happen, and it works across portfolios. It's just not in my portfolios, it's in Anna Betty's, Bobby's, and, it's something that we really have to work at. Another thing that we've been working on and working with IFNA is a paramedic model. And how do we get paramedicine into every community? I'm very blessed that I grew up in an area that we had paramedics. I always tell this story when we recruit paramedics, or if you want to develop anything, the resources in your community, our people have to see our people in those places. And when I was in high school, probably about a few years ago, we had a First Nation paramedic that actually used to come to Career Day. And you know what we saw as young people? They had the best snow machine, they had a four-wheeler, they had a truck, they had a boat, they had a motor. And as a young person, we looked at it because we grew up in poverty. So we asked them, well, how did you do that? You got to work hard. You got to go to school. You got to take the sciences. It says, you're not any different from anyone else. You could do it. And you know what? We saw all these paramedics come out. Our young men, our young ladies are into paramedicine, and you see them in all our communities. So you know what? They need to see it. And so we've been working on how do we get paramedicine into every one of our NAN communities. And you know what? Nobody serves the people better than our own people. And I love allies, but you know what? To see one of your own doing that job, it's very empowering. And we got to encourage our young people and even our older people. You know, if they switch careers, go into paramedicine. So we've been working on that. We've been working with Metropolitan University, called the Together Design Lab, on the continuum of care. You know, how can we take care of our elders? How can we keep them home? You know, and it's our sad reality that most of our elders actually go into homes outside of their communities. And so, you know, there's work that's being happening. Of course, we talk about palliative care, rehabilitation at the community level. How do you get things in the community? Is, you know, health transformation is doing that work. This summer was a very busy summer for our team. You know, they've been meeting with health authorities, tribal councils, with the province and the feds on some priorities, community engagement processes, and, you know, we just got to work better together. You know, so far we have 3 dedicated meetings on dialysis, which is a big issue, public health and paramedicine. There is a scheduled meeting for mental health and addictions in early September. We want to thank our partners for engaging on these priorities. We heard loud and clear from the provincial government. They want to do things differently when it comes to funding. So, you know, when they tell us that, we really got to remind them of what they said, and we do need money and funding to actually carry out a lot of these things to address the inequities of health in our nation. The road ahead, I realize the last few years it's been tough for this portfolio. We have lost in funding battles, power struggles. We had to go through a pandemic. But you know, today is a new day. We got to push ahead. We got to understand where health transformation is going. It was set up for us to develop a health entity, to design something that worked for our people. I firmly believe that we can't build anything that is less than what's there. I don't think the government knows how to fix what they've done to our people. They don't. So they're asking us, what is the solution? The days of us complaining and pointing the finger over, I think we got to come there with some meaningful discussion and talk about these hard topics. And, you know, everyone is important. Everyone has an idea. So we just need to do better. We need to collaborate better with the federal government, First Nation partners, and the province. And, you know, it's really been refreshing in the last few months that that is up and running again. The pandemic is behind us, and it's time to move on. This is a time for change. You know, we got to dream big. We have to dream big. This is a time to look beyond the immediate needs and crisis and envision what an ideal health system looks like. We talk about crisis. You know, we talk about the crisis now, but if you really think about it, we've been in crisis for the last 30, 40 years. Just because we're there doesn't mean we have to end there. So we have great work to do ahead. So the question is, what do you want? What do you and your communities need? You know, how do we respond to the stuff that's happening in our First Nations? Health transformation is about reconciliation. It's about the government becoming a partner in First Nation health rather than trying to dictate and fund ineffective models. And we have thousands of stories to tell on that, you know. They set us up to fail so many times. We already know that these programs, these models do not work. We know the government is not going to fix these models, so we have to develop our own, okay? The entity will distribute funding to health authorities and communities and be responsible for all its fiscal planning and management. It's not NAN doing it. It's going to be an entity working with the First Nations to make sure those resources are going to be on the ground. I'm going to let Doug speak more on the benefits of health transformation. He's been through the process, so I encourage you as leadership to ask him questions. I'm sure he has seen everything under the sun. If you could imagine 207 nations in BC going through the process and coming up with an entity that will work for them, we're 49. So, we're all different. We have different needs. We're from different nations. So you know what? But there is a way to get it done. But working together, so much stronger than working separately. The new health entity that brings together our health authorities, tribal councils, and communities gives NANs a stronger voice when we advocate on what's needed, and we know what we need. At this time, I'm going to ask Alvin to come up to introduce our special speaker. I encourage you to ask tough questions about the process, some of the challenges from the community level. As he comes up, we're going to ask for a resolution to support the continued work and reaffirmation of the Charter of Relationship and Principles. We want to ensure that all our partners are supported and we all have a clear and defined role in how we can move together ahead. We do have a small window to secure funding to continue to work, so we need your support. Health transformation is a practical administrative process that recognizes the strength that we have in greater numbers in this health industry. So I encourage you with those words. I'll hand it over to Alvin.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief. Good afternoon. Wajibinawa, Ugumakanek, chiefs, delegates, and everyone that's in this room. Good afternoon, good now. To the elders and the Women's Council, and hey, Bertha. Bertha's looking at me right in the eye. I'm kind of nervous about that. All the Youth Council, all the guests. So as part of our update to all of you for this assembly, we wanted to just share with you the work that's been done to date, but also to look at what else is happening in other parts of the country. For example, you've heard, I'm sure, the work that our friends and our relatives in BC have done on their health transformation work. And the recent agreement that they signed, a 10-year agreement that's worth over $8 billion, and what it took for them to get to that point where they could sign an agreement with the province and the federal government. And a lot of work, a lot of time put in by many people in BC, and one of them is my good friend Doug Kelly. I call him Grand Chief Doug Kelly, even though he's retired from his role as Grand Chief, he's still very much involved in the work that's happening out there. We had asked him to be here to join us in person as part of our update this afternoon, but his plane was, I'm not sure, something happened to his plane yesterday, so he couldn't be here with us, but he has graciously agreed to do his update and his presentation by video. And some of you may recall, chiefs and elders and others here in the room, that when we launched our health transformation journey back in Timmins in the fall of 2017, our keynote speaker at that important launch of health transformation, the summit that we had, was Grand Chief Doug Kelly. I had invited him to talk to us about the work that they were doing then and the work that they were working towards, and he graciously agreed to be there to join us in BC. And I didn't really know Doug well at that point in time, 7 years ago, and I called him up. I said, Grand Chief, you want to come and join us for this assembly? And he said yes right away. He agreed to fly to Timmins from where he lives in BC. And he said, we'll make sure your room is covered, your hotel, and your travel, your airfare. And he said, no, don't worry about it. I'm going to cover my own airfare. I'm going to cover my own expenses. And he said, that's to show you my support. And he said, when you're asked, you're going to be asked to travel to other parts of the country at some point to share the work that NAN will be doing. And he said, you need to do the same thing. You need to pay your own fare to get there. That's a way of expressing our support to each other in the work that we're doing. And I'm so glad that he's here with us. Grand Chief Doug Kelly, he's here on the screen. Miigwech, Doug.
Thank you, Grand Chief. I really appreciate the introduction. Thank you, Deputy Grand Chief Linklater. I really appreciate your opening remarks as well. I want to let you know that I woke up at 2:30 yesterday morning, was out of the house by 3:30. I was at the Abbotsford International Airport by 4 p.m. And when I checked in at home before I left for the airport on these apps that you can use for WestJet, it gave me the boarding pass for my flight from Calgary to Winnipeg. And it gave me the boarding pass from the flight from Winnipeg to Thunder Bay. It didn't give me the boarding pass from Abbotsford to Calgary, and I kind of wondered what that was about. They canceled the flight. I'm not sure why, but there was no way I could make it. And so I talked to the very helpful WestJet attendant at the desk, and she did some research, and there was no way that I could make it to Thunder Bay on time. So she even went on Air Canada's flight schedule and had a look to see if I could go that way. We just couldn't make it work. So I wanted to apologize for that. And I really appreciate the opportunity to share a few words with you about the experience in British Columbia. I was thinking about it this morning. It was 40 years ago when my community, where I'm joining you from, Sewally in Chilliwack, British Columbia, it's one of 24 Stalo or Coast Salish villages. And I was 22 years old when I got elected chief. And I began to learn from the seasoned veterans. Many of the chiefs at that time were in their 40s, 50s, and older. And I had a lot to learn. When you're 22, you have all of the answers, but you have no idea what the questions are. And so I was blessed with learning from the seasoned veterans. Many of them were honored as Grand Chiefs by our people. And I'm a Grand Chief, not as an elected Chief of Chiefs, but as recognition for the work that I've done for the people in the course of my life. And so I asked the chiefs then, what's the first job of a leader? And they told me the job was to create hope. And I looked at them and said, how do you create hope? They told me that you believe in the people until the people can believe in themselves. And that stayed with me. And so as I began to learn and grow in the job, I was given different projects. And those projects prepared me for the work that we started in 1997. In 1997, the First Nations Summit put forward a resolution that Health Canada, Pacific Region, First Nations Inuit Health Branch accepted. And that was that we begin to develop a transition strategy. We go from Health Canada and the First Nations Inuit Health Branch being responsible for all of our health programs and services to that place where our people are responsible for delivering all of those programs and services. So we started that work. That's what I call Plan A, A standing for ambitious. And within 3 years, it fell apart. Done. Events outside of our control, outside of anybody's control, overtook us, and we were done. In 2006, we had Plan B. B stands for bold. And the province of British Columbia and the First Nations Leadership Council in British Columbia agreed to work together on health transformation. In 2007, the Government of Canada joined us in that work, and it became a tripartite effort. In those early years, from 2006 to 2010, we were dysfunctional. And I don't mean Canada and BC. You can hold your own opinions in that regard. But First Nations, we were not organized particularly well. We had 2 committees, and we were not in agreement on our purpose, our mandate, our priority. And we really struggled for the period of 2-3 years. In 2010, we brought forward resolutions to restructure our health work, and we created what's now known as the First Nations Health Council. And each region was asked to appoint 3 representatives to the First Nations Health Council. That Health Council would provide oversight, oversee the negotiations, and develop a First Nations health authority. That was a mandate we were given in 2010. That was Plan C, courageous. It took us 3 years to reach agreement. It only took 1 year to develop the agreement. It took 2 years to implement it. And by October 1, 2013, we had built and were beginning to deliver the services that were once delivered by the First Nations Inuit Health Branch. And so from 1997, Plan A, ambitious, 2006, Plan B, bold, to 2010, Plan C, courageous, to getting it done in 2013. 16 years. 16 years of hard work. And Deputy Chief Linklater talked about 207 First Nations. It's actually 203. 203 Indian Act bands in British Columbia with an average population of 350. It was a challenge to get to a yes. And the way that we got from what are you talking about to what's the opportunity, we had to air out fears, doubts, questions, concerns. And so we began to engage our chiefs, our leaders, our health directors, our citizens. And we met regularly from 2008, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And we still meet regularly. But what we were meeting about then was, what is the opportunity? What does it mean? And when fears came out, we turned the fears on their head. We turned a fear into a mandate statement. And so I'll give you an example. We had 75 agreements between our communities and or organizations that were delivering health with First Nations Inuit Health Branch. Those agreements were called health transfer agreements. And so some health directors and some chiefs were concerned that Doug Kelly, he's trying to take our community money. And it didn't matter that that's not what I was doing. That was the fear. And so we turned that fear on its head. And the mandate statement became community money is community money. And as we aired out those fears, we got clear direction on what the organization should look like. And so I'll boil it down into some real simple slogans. Nothing about us without us. That was direction for our engagement with the province of British Columbia, and the government of Canada. So move us from the golden rule, where he or she who has the gold, usually a government official, makes all the rules, to that place where we together make decisions about spending, together make decisions about priorities, together make decisions about plans, programs, and services. So shared decision-making, nothing about us without us. Reciprocal accountability. Often when you live by the golden rule, when he or she who has all the gold makes all the rules, they're also the ones holding everyone else accountable. There's no one holding government accountable because they're the funding agency. They're the funding partner. And so there is not any notion of reciprocal accountability. With reciprocal accountability, we've said that we share an obligation to make things better. Canada has a responsibility for First Nations health. The province of British Columbia has a responsibility for health care. Our First Nations governments have a responsibility for the well-being of our people. We share that in common. So how do we hold one another accountable? How do we make sure that we do the things we said we're going to do and that we do the work to fulfill the promises that we made to one another as partners? Leave no one behind. Our communities are such that too many of our folks can't live at home. They live in nearby urban centers or they live in larger cities in the South. And so we have an obligation for all of our people, regardless of where they live. And so that was important to us, that we leave no one behind. And so I look at where you're at and I think about the challenges in front of you, and I'm excited for you. I'm really excited. You have an opportunity to change the world to be a better place for your children, your grandchildren, and children unborn. You have an opportunity to transform health, and it needs it. The healthcare system isn't actually a healthcare system. It's a sickness system. You go there, you need it when you're sick, and ideally you get treated and you become better, but it doesn't actually produce good health. It's other things that produce good health. It's knowing your language, knowing your culture, knowing your place in your community, knowing your place in your family, understanding what gifts God gave you. And the reason that you're here on this earth is to develop the God's gifts that God gave you and to become the best version of yourself. And so you have that opportunity to do, as Deputy Grand Chief Victor Linklater was talking about, put our own people in those jobs. When we took over health services in 1989, we didn't have any First Nations nurses. We didn't have any homegrown public health professionals. We do now, because we created those jobs. And for the first part, it was non-First Nations nurses that came to work for us. But eventually our own young men and women saw opportunity, and they pursued the education they needed in high school. They pursued the university education and the training they needed, and they began to work for us in our programs. So Grand Chief or Deputy Grand Chief Linklater is absolutely right. We have to believe in our own and their ability to do that work, and they will do a better job. Not because they're more committed, not because they're better trained, simply because they know who they are and where they come from. And they're proud of who they are and where they come from. A good friend of mine talks about a good problem. What's a good problem? Oh, a good problem is one that you can solve, the one that you can contribute. Too often, and I heard earlier in the meeting, There's discussion about Jordan's principle or Joyce's principle, or all of these different standards that are set by others that are responsible to serve us or to help us, often don't. They don't achieve that standard. And so we really need to think about how is it we can create the space where we share in solving the problem. Can't do it if we're living under the golden rule. Can't do it if there's a situation where others in Ottawa or in other places are making decisions for you without you. Can't be done. So you have an opportunity here to create your own institution that will look after health and transform health from a sickness system to a wellness system. But to do that, we need to make some changes about the way we look at health. Every decision that I make every day contributes to my wellness or not. Good health is not acquired by accident. It's the result of the decisions I make. If I get a good night's sleep, more often than not, if I am learning, growing, working, meeting that need for helping others, feeling good about myself by helping others, if I eat healthy foods as opposed to the easy choices of fast food or unhealthy foods, if I'm careful about substances, meaning alcohol or tobacco or other things, all of those things contribute. If I exercise, look after myself, if I'm connected to my loving partner, my children, my grandchildren, my brothers, my extended family, my community, chances are I'm going to be healthy. And so what contributes to that wellness? Deputy Chief Bobby talked about education. He talked about children and family. He talked about all kinds of programs and services that also contribute to wellness. And in the larger society and in government, they're called the social determinants of health. And so as you develop your own opportunity to transform health, make sure that you take into account the social determinants of health. What we did here in British Columbia is we created deputy ministers' tables. So Canada struggled, but they eventually got there. They realized that we needed to set a table between the First Nations Health Council from British Columbia and multiple federal deputy ministers. And we would talk about policy, we would talk about legislation, we would talk about investment, we would talk about priorities. We wanted to make sure that the government of Canada was investing in the kinds of activities that would support making progress and improving health outcomes by improving investments in the social determinants of health. We did the same with the province of British Columbia. We brought together multiple ministries, the deputy ministers of those multiple ministries, and we confronted the same questions. We confronted what's going on in terms of policy, what's going on in terms of legislation, what's going on in terms of investment, and how do we make sure that we support good health. And so that's really big G governance that Deputy Grand Chief Linklater was talking about. Governance. You want to be able to influence good policy, good legislation, good investment, not just from Indigenous Services Canada, but multiple federal departments. You want to do the same with the province of Ontario. You want to be able to influence legislation, policy, investment by multiple ministries. And so that's that role of your new, soon to be created health organization. It's going to have to do that work together. So I want to close by congratulating my good friend, Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler, and offer him condolences. He made informed consent. He made a decision. He was informed and he gave his consent to his candidacy for Grand Chief, and he was acclaimed. And it's a tough job. Leadership is tough. He has a demanding job. And whether Alvin succeeds or not in his role is entirely dependent on you, chiefs. He's your leader, and you need to support him. If he's heading down the right path, keep encouraging him, keep supporting him. If he's struggling, help him. If he's taking a misstep, correct him. Keep him going. He's your leader. And on this health work, you need to come together. You need to be able to hear one another, understand one another, air out fears, air out questions, air out concerns, and turn those fears and concerns onto their head into a powerful mandate that guides your work going forward. So I wanted to offer those few remarks. Wanted to observe that the Indigenous health legislation is an incredible opportunity for your leadership to influence how healthcare is dealt with in Ontario with your organization. The United Nations Declaration Act Action Plan has a number of things that you should look at. It looks at Joyce's principle. It looks at Jordan's principle. There's a number of things that I think NAN would be wise to study and to incorporate in your work. So I don't know if there's questions for me, but I'm happy to take them. Thank you very much.
Miigwech, Chief Doug Kelly. So if there's no comments or questions, we're going to close this. Miigwech? Oh, whoops.
You're cool. Thank you, Doug. I'm excited for health transformation, because it puts us at a place where we provide the solutions for our people. We haven't always thrived in this system, and it is tough work ahead, and I appreciate the encouragement to leadership, because we do need you. We need you. We need every region across NAN to work together to build something that will work. And that does not take away from your own individual work at your First Nation level. It just means us working together as partners. Because together, there are certain regions of NAN. When I first got to NAN, because I'm from Mishkegawak, we've been through a process. We had a hospital for 70 years, but we never seen doctors or nurses that looked like us, and until we took over that hospital. And I was talking to one chief from Port Albany, the new chief. I don't know if she's still on, but she's got 3 of her members actually in med school now. We just did a celebration with one of my close friends' kids this summer, and it's all over Facebook. She's going to be going in to be a doctor. If we work together, we'll see those people, our citizens, actually occupying those spaces to help their people. But in closing, one of the things that I don't have to preach to the chiefs, but it's really hard to work for our people. It really is. We have allies that work on our behalf, but they don't have the luxury of, we don't have the luxury of checking out and going somewhere else, and we're not done at 5. Your job is never done. But you know what? We encourage you. We do have a resolution that's coming. We appreciate the support. We'd like to thank Doug, Alvin in this presentation. If you have any questions for us, we'll be around. We'll direct it to Doug too. You know, that on-the-ground experience is so important. Thank you.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief Linklater, and Chief Doug Kelly, and miigwech to Alvin Fiddler. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Miigwech to my colleague, Youth Co-Chair Kyra. So moving along on the agenda, the next item scheduled for 2:45 is the Treaty 9 co-jurisdiction case. We have a presentation and a discussion. So I'd like to call upon, we have two presenters from Woodward and Company, Kate Kempton, who I thought I saw, oh, she's on her way up, yes. And joining us virtually is Chief Sylvia Gustajan. So with that, I will turn it over to Chief Gustajan. If you are online, I believe you're online, we'll turn it over to you to introduce the discussion, and then we can turn it over to Kate Kempton. Chief Gustajan, are you there?
Sorry. Hi, Wachik.
There you are, go ahead.
Hi, Wachik, Mr. Sylvia Gustajan, Mitarawaban, Nishnahasan, Harabskid First Nation. Huskatchagastayan, Wajim Sendadog, Huskabamatisik, Iskok, Nabiok, Kishahawk, Mandiok, Nistimisa, Nijogumakana, Kandigastajik, Nistagabestike, Kutakadostike, Omuneno, Gabestago. Huskatchmawitian and Askumina, Wabastimahumo Gishagak. Legistim Mino Gishagag Unishkano Nistamagamus Swenjago Nagaminagi of the Evimatisir. The Stendagon at the Nista Genago Hemosistai how and the Mr. Nista wish again to moon Kaispanik Managit the town on Nistagon Mr. Hay Kegona Gona but Chigamagahin Nista Gona Haya Pisaga Hagananok. Mr. Don Nistamamit and then Hegegona. English. Good evening. I am very grateful and honored to address this assembly on this important case, Treaty 9 jurisdiction. This case is about taking control back of our lives on important matters that affects our lives and future generation to come in our future. This case will challenge the cede and surrender clause from the written interpretation that was written and understood by the Crown and the mainstream society versus our understanding of what treaty meant to us when we sign on. Our oral history that was passed on from our foregrandfathers and onward. We never gave up our lands. We never gave up our livelihood. We never gave up our jurisdiction to our lands. When I look back and when I heard back on the elders that spoke on this important issue, people like Emio Nagaji, I often heard James Wesley, James Carpenter, Eva Lazarus, and our late Grand Chief Stan Luded, who spoke very passionately about this, our treaty, and what it means to us and who we are as Treaty 9 people in our territories. And I often heard my father spoke, my late father, Gregory Gustajan. He often spoke about treaty with us in our family, and especially treaty right to health. But in the end, he told me, you know, Dennis, he said, don't ever stop speaking about our treaty right to health. because there are people out there that are suffering and needlessly dying to this day because of a denial or mistreatment, misdiagnosis, and access to care. And I truly believe that. So we all heard about our treaty. I think we know enough to understand it from day-to-day discussions or through assembly forums. We heard it long enough that we are people with rights. We are people that have ties to this land, even before Canada became Canada. There's a lot of things were imposed on us. We are not a conquered nation. We never were. And I hope you'll take time to listen to this presentation. And I hope you'll sign on. Your community will sign on to this case because it is time we come together. Yes, we are taking through this case through their court system. But at the same time, we are saying enough is enough. Because my community alone is still reeling in third world conditions, your basic needs. And it's hard to help and it's hard to move forward when we're still tied down by systemic processes, systemic bureaucracies that we have to adhere to agreements. That's not a way of life. It's just setting us for failure. It's continuing to put us in poverty. And I know when every community is different and every community has different needs and priorities. But this is about us, who we are as treaty people. And I hope, and that's what I'm hoping you'll get out of this. And stand with us and stand with the people and stand with your grassroots as they continue to find their identity, as they continue to face the harsh reality we continue to be subjected under. It's time to take control back of our lives. So when I was listening to the other cases, to the other important issues beforehand on the table, it's all interrelated. Everything is connected. And I look at that flag that had the unity, strength, and success, the logo on that flag. And I truly believe it's time we come together because in unity, we are strong. In unity, we draw strength. In unity, we will have success. Yeah, we're having a hard time just to come together to speak on health transformation. A lot of money has been used, but it's not getting us anywhere yet. And it's time we work on a unified plan and come together in one voice and act as people with rights, as people with sovereign rights. We are not beggars to this land. With that being said, I would like to introduce now Kate Compton from Woodworth Company Law Firm. Thank you. English.
Miigwech, Chief. I'm Kate. I don't know where this presentation went.
You have the slide deck there.
All right, before we get into the presentation, I just want to say a few words. This case was announced at Queen's Park at a press conference on April 26th. Some of you may saw the news coverage of it. We were directly speaking to Doug Ford and Justin Trudeau, and we said, if you think that you're going to come in with bulldozers or otherwise into Treaty 9 territory without the code or without the decision-making authority of the First Nations in place and respected, then think again. This case is about colonialism and about undoing colonialism, and I started that press conference by saying colonialism is a crime, and those who perpetuate it are criminals. This case is framed as a civil law case, but it's really about undoing a crime. It is a crime against humanity. Most of the world, at one point or another, was colonialized by effectively white people in a small pocket of the world called Europe, who developed technologies that allowed them to travel large distances and developed a worldview. And here's the crux of it. Developed a worldview about 500 years ago that human beings were on top of some pyramid, that human beings were allowed to, and in fact mandated to, dominate all other species and Mother Earth, that the earth was there for the taking, and that on that pyramid certain people were above other types of people, that white people were above darker skinned people, that men were above women. Those prejudices, those deep-seated crimes against humanity still exist, but 500 years ago weren't questioned by those same people. They were seen as correct. And it led those people to go around the world taking over big chunks of Mother Earth and taking over the people who were already living and governing there. Much of South America, all of Africa, North America, and parts of Asia have been colonialized over the last 500 years. What that has led to is an extinction level event today for humanity. In 20 or 30 or 50 years, our children and our children's children may not be sitting here anymore. And I don't want to sound like an alarmist, but the worldview that then turned into governmental, political, cultural, and economic systems that through colonialism were spread around the world, that we could keep taking and taking and taking from other human beings and from the planet, has led to the point of climate and environmental collapse. If we don't, as a species, correct it, then Mother Earth will correct us by taking us out. It really is that simple, and we're headed fast on that path. In my view, and the view of many others who pay attention to these things, the best hope for human beings and Mother Earth is for worldviews and those who have at their soul the practice of those worldviews to go back to the ancient wisdoms, to go back to understanding that we all respect one another and all beings on this earth, be they of fur or scales, be they swimming or flying or walking on 4 legs or crawling or walking on 2 legs. That we're all connected, as Chief Kustashian said. Everything is connected, and that if I do harm, it will reach out and affect others. If any one of us does harm, it connects to everything else. This is ultimately what this case is about, because it's about returning jurisdiction, which is decision-making authority, governance authority or power over your homelands, over your part of Mother Earth for which you are responsible in law, back to you. It was stolen from you by colonialism, and this case says it must be returned. It is not a case that tries to get the Canadian colonialist legal system to give you a right. That is not how one approaches the colonizer, to say, please give me something. It is a case that goes in to say, you, Crown governments, never had the right to steal this from us. It is to take it back. It is a case that says that Treaty 9 guarantees and confirms First Nations jurisdiction or decision-making authority over your lands. This is not about self-government. This is about government over your lands and all uses and occupations by whomever of your homelands, your traditional territories. So any First Nation that became party to Treaty 9 agreed with the Crown that the Crown could come in and govern some things within the Treaty 9 territory, within each First Nation's traditional part of the Treaty 9 territory, that the Crown could govern settlers so that settlers did not overtake your jurisdiction, that the Crown could govern its own behavior and how it dealt with the lands and with you. Nowhere in the content of the true Treaty 9, which was the promises and discussions made during the treaty talks, did First Nations ever agree that the Crown could simply take it all over. Colonialism isn't just about taking things. It isn't that the Crown and settlers came here and took land and resources. It's that they purported to take over. When British, French, Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese crowns went out to various parts of the world, they tried to take those places over. They subjugated the people there to their own, what they said was higher authority, which is also called white supremacy. They subjugated the earth and started to use it for their own purposes, enslaving those who had been there before to extract things from the earth, be it sugar or salt or mines or lumber. This is a 500-year history of the planet. And here in North America, they did the same thing in many ways. It's not just the taking, which could in some sense be rectified with money. You took these resources, quote unquote, from us, you're going to pay us back. It's that they purported to take over, that they said all of their laws you have to now abide by, and any of your laws and any of your authority is subject to or underneath the Crown's, that ultimately the Crown is the sole unilateral decision-making authority on this land called Canada. That's what they said. And they took the Treaty 9 talks and inserted text in the written part of the agreement to which the First Nations in Treaty 9 never agreed, and the historical evidence on this is abundantly clear, to cede, release, and surrender your decision-making authority over the lands. And yet, that was the written language that was inserted in the treaties, that you hereby do cede, release, surrender, and remise and give up forever all rights, title, and interest to and on the lands. Bullshit. Never once did that language get brought forward that way at treaty talks, and a First Nation can't be deemed to have agreed something that was never presented. And so that's what this case is about. It says we never agreed to be taken over. We are not taken over. You can't take over our land and govern it solely. That we have the right to govern it and what happens on it. This decision-making authority is called jurisdiction, and that's where the power to change the way that we're reacting to and interacting with the earth and each other comes from. So in our view, this case is abundantly important as a key element to ending the worst of colonialism, which is the Crown purporting to take it over. This case is really at its simplest basis a treaty interpretation case that says the real meaning of the treaty are the oral commitments that were made, not the written text. That the cede, release, and surrender language was never agreed to and must be taken out of the treaty. That this is a peace and friendship and mutual alliance treaty. This case is not a case about there being no treaty at all. It is a case that will rely on positive Canadian law precedent about how to interpret a treaty the right way. It is a case that we think is imminently winnable because the evidence that we've seen to date, which is a fair bit, fully supports this point of view. But it will be probably hard fought because the implications of this case mean that the Crown can no longer pass laws of any sort that apply to Treaty 9 territory on its own. That at the end of this all, there must be an Indigenous governance regime and a Crown governance regime, and both together must agree to the laws and policies and practices that occur on shared territory, on treaty lands. Both must agree. So this isn't either the ad hoc, one-off, project-by-project consent that people are now talking about the UNDRIP right to free, prior, and informed consent. This is about structured, systematic decision-making authority about everything that goes on that uses and occupies lands and, quote, resources on your lands. So there will be, at the end of it, some jurisdictional regime with First Nations and a Crown governance regime, and both, just like bilateral treaties between Canada and the US or multilateral treaties around the world, both sets of governments will have to agree to something before it can happen. It's no longer unilateral. And if they don't agree, there will be some form of independent international dispute resolution, not Crown-controlled Canadian courts. So this rocks the ship of colonialism. It may not be enough to sink it, but it will certainly be enough to rock it. And if we have a number of treaties across Canada, all of which have very similar histories and language in the written text as Treaty 9, pursuing the same kind of case in the near future, then I think the Crown governments, provincially and federally, will more quickly come to realize that co-jurisdiction, not unilateral Crown jurisdiction, but Indigenous and Crown jurisdiction, both existing canoe to canoe in Canada, is inevitable. It is inevitable. And the sooner that the Crown governments recognize that, the faster we will get there. It is not going to be simple to do, but it is necessary to do to reach a different result than the one we're all headed on now. We're all on the ship that is going to sink ourselves, unless some big changes are made. This is a big change, but it's a doable change. And we do invite any Treaty 9 First Nations that kind of agree to this theory of the case to come and speak to us, and if you wish, to join as a plaintiff. That is all for today. And my lines are open, the chief and I, there are 10 plaintiff First Nations now. We're certainly welcoming whomever else wishes to join from Treaty 9. And I hope that we can see a very, very different future in 10 years than it's looking like now. But it means actions like these are going to have to be propelled forward. Miigwech.
Questions? Miigwech, thank you very much. So we did have the introduction with Chief Costajan as well. Legal counsel is here, has made the presentation. There is an opportunity, chiefs, if you'd like to ask questions or have some discussion on this presentation. So at this point, the floor is open. If you have any comments, questions, Jason? Proxy Batiste for Chief Batiste.
Yeah, the other Jason is not here, so the other Jason is here. It's really fun when we actually have the same hotel and making reservations there, checking in with my cousin Jason. It gets really interesting. But thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Batiste, Proxy Matachewan First Nation. In general, absolutely no issue on the high-level pursuit of jurisdictional issues with and against the Crowns as they are. I am concerned, though, on behalf of the nations where we are in the Tribal Council in Timmins, with a couple of premises that the case is looking to move forward. Number one, sort of the case is talking about permitting and delaying permitting and communities having the ability to delay projects and project development. And that's fine where you are. And that should also be fine where we are in terms of how those projects and local communities decide and determine for themselves what's good for them. You know, I recall, and there's lots of language about the Ring of Fire in here, and I'm totally supportive of those communities looking for the best ways to develop or not develop the Ring of Fire in their region. It's got nothing to do with very little to do with the Waban Tribal Council communities or my community in Matachewan. So we would expect that attitude to be reciprocated, in the sense that I don't think too much about, say, I don't know, pick a northern community, talking about the Alamos mine near my home community in Matachewan that's, as the crow flies, about 14 kilometers away. They have an open pit and an underground operation that we work with them on. That's our business, right? Just as much as in the Ring of Fire, that's somebody else's business. So as far as this case goes, to suggest that 9 communities in NAN are going now to disrupt the way that we do our business in Waban, or the way that Matagami or Flying Post or Matachewan or other communities that have had to find unique and creative ways to do what they need to do on development. We don't have the luxury of isolation, right? They've been mining in my home community. They've been mining in and around us for over 100 years. It's been 112 years. 1907 was when they started mining in Timmins and Kirkland Lake. So we kind of have to deal with that, right? In like real time. And we have, and we are, and we're sharing, and we're benefiting, and it's not perfect. I'm not suggesting it is. So in terms of this case, it's again, the high level principles of what's being argued, I get it. I 100% get it. But as you drill down into some of the things that these communities or these 9 are suggesting to do, I think you need to consider that you can do that in your own territory. You can do that where you are. You can hold up permits. You can do what you need to do to make sure that whoever's coming to your space is operating, managing, and consulting, and do the things they need to do to make sure that your communities, the proximal communities, are respected in a way that they need to be. But I don't think it's fair if you say, look, we're going to do that throughout Treaty Number 9. And in fact, some communities have already made that representation here on the Ring of Fire, and I completely supported it. So I think you need to be cognizant of that. The other issue for us is the claim for $95 billion. and the same issues sort of arise, right? Where you know, are we now talking about resource revenue sharing based on, you know, Treaty 9 principle? Proximity principles? I mean, and I know that that's a question for maybe another day, but, you know, our communities have had to live with that, right? Like, as I said, you know, my home community, Matachewan, they've been poking holes in our area for 110, 120 years. And we've had to live with that. And we have to find ways to reconcile that. And so, you know, to simply have somebody say, well, we're gonna claim $95 billion on the backs of other proximal communities. It's something that's a little bit concerning to the chiefs who've had to sort of live with those realities for so long. So things to consider in this lawsuit. And again, I'm totally up for the treaty fight with respect to jurisdiction. We just need to make sure we understand and respect one another when we come into each other's space. And I think our chiefs have been very respectful to others in saying that you do you. But, you know, we certainly don't want somebody coming and say, well, you know, Alamos Gold, Kirkland Lake Gold, I know you've got to deal with those local communities, but you can't have your permit. What? You know, that's like me telling the Ring of Fire folks, you know, Matachewan says you can't have your permit in the Ring of Fire. I would never purport to do something like that. I don't think our communities would do that. They have too much respect for people in the places that they stay. So I think we need to put those into the calculus and figure out what that means. Miigwech.
Thank you, Miigwech. Proxy Jason Batiste. So some very important commentary, discussion on the presentation, but I don't think I heard a question specifically. So, okay, we'll turn it over to legal counsel to address some of the commentary. So, Kate Kempton.
Just to clarify, yeah, I mean, all you're looking at are the pleadings, and they're pleaded a certain way. Thank you for those comments. To clarify, there's no intention, and maybe we will need to clarify the pleadings to make this clearer. There's no intention to stop anything that is in a local area, if you will, not affecting all of Treaty 9 that is being consented to. It's things that aren't, that where there are, you know, no First Nation consent. The statement of claim says it's not meant to interfere with any rights or claims being pursued by First Nations now, and that includes agreements. So if there are impact, benefit, and other agreements, you know, those are not intended to be disrupted at all. So just to be clear on that. Second, the $95 billion is it's a calculation that covers all of Treaty 9 territory. You have to plead damages when you launch a statement of claim. You have to put a number in, and the number can't be pulled out of thin air. And so this is not for the $95 billion is not for 10 plaintiffs. What it says is that it's attributable to all of the damage in Treaty 9 territory. If we ever won an amount like that, it would have to be allocated to Treaty 9 First Nations, and I'm not about to sit here today and suggest how. $95 billion arose from a calculation of the amount of revenue that the Ontario government has earned from the Ontario land base, and taking from, since 1905, and taking from that the percentage of the Ontario land base at each year that comprised Treaty 9. And so it's just a mathematical equation that basically applies. It's not necessarily the right way to calculate damages. It's certainly not the only way, but it is a way that has some defensibleness to it. And so we took revenue that Ontario earns off the land, taxes, royalties, etc., fees and licenses, and we calculated the damages owed from everything that was taken from the land in Treaty 9 territory as a percentage of the entire Ontario landmass, and we added interest to that. And so you come up, this is not about future. It is simply from 1905 to present, how much is owed to First Nations from Ontario's unilateral decision-making and unilateral taking of revenue from the land in Ontario, and we took the 2/3 or so percentage of that land in any year that is Ontario, which is Treaty 9. And so that's where the figure comes from. It is a figure that is meant for all of Treaty 9 territory, not for 10 First Nation plaintiffs. And so it's imperfect. It's not a calculus that I can say is this is what's going to happen with it, or that we'd even succeed in that amount, but it's defensible on some theoretical level at this point. So I hope that helps. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done in this case, and it isn't perfect, and it's going to need to be revised as we go forward, and thank you for helping me understand some ways how.
Migutch, thank you. The floor is still open. Proxy Jason Batiste.
Just a very, very brief supplemental, and just to be clear on the 95 billion. So the expectation is I get it on a calculus of resource revenue from Treaty Number 9, and as long as those principles apply on a go-forward basis, I think you'll get no argument from us, from the communities who've had to live with the mass forestry and devastation, hydroelectric facilities, mining operations in our territory. As long as there's an understanding that, if that's the way that we're doing the calculus, it can't be just backward looking. It better be forward looking as well, right? So that the communities who are launching this case know that there's an expectation of the same sharing principle. And that's all I wanted to follow up on. Thank you.
Migutch, thank you very much. Chiefs, the floor is open. Looking around the room, also online. See anybody online? Ishpin gegun wika gwedin, yuga doesn't jigadek Treaty 9, bakun geogam gun kaizu jigadek, bak sing, ishpin nanda we jiganodaman. Floor is still open. I don't see any hands raised, so with that, I'd like to say thank you very much to the presenters, legal counsel, thank you. Migutch, any closing comments? Or okay, very good. So with that, thank you very much. So what time is it now? 3:15. So we're going to make a slight change to the agenda. Next, we did have a presentation on nuclear waste, a quick update. We've been advised that the Chiefs Committee that has been looking at that, or that there is a Chiefs Committee that needs to review some of that information that will be presented. So they're going to take that opportunity today and early tomorrow. They'll be having that discussion, and we'll bring that back tomorrow afternoon. So the next agenda item has been deferred to tomorrow afternoon. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Métis assertion legislation, and then following that, we do have the 65 welfare agreement. We will have a resolution on that. Depending on time, we may come back and deal with some of the education resolutions that were discussed as part of the education presentation this afternoon. So that's what we'll be doing the rest of the afternoon. So with that, I'm going to ask for the presentation on the Métis assertion legislation. This session is in camera simply because there is some strategizing that will need to be done by the chiefs. So there are different levels of in camera. I've been advised anybody in the media and anybody in government, if you can please vacate the room. And we'd like, okay, so we are back. We're out of in camera. If you're joining virtually, welcome back. And we're continuing on with the agenda.
All right, thank you very much. Chiefs, delegates, everyone online, I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue. It's regarding the 1965 welfare agreement. Just want to echo a lot of the discussions that just happened, that we need to be part of the process. We need to be part of a process where our chiefs, our First Nations also have to be in the decision-making roles that affect our communities in these various areas here. And I just wanted to share with you that NAN, through this resolution, is seeking seeking a mandate to have a seat at the upcoming negotiations on the 65 welfare agreement. Now, the 65 welfare agreement is a bilateral agreement between the province and the federal government. And the federal government reimburses the province 93 cents on every dollar that the province spends on First Nations child welfare, social services like OW, ODSP, and homemaking, supports to, at the community level for homemakers, and also early years. So it's an agreement that was entered in unilaterally by both levels of government, the federal government and the province. First Nations were not a part of this. Discussion. So both the province and the federal government are receiving mandates to reopen the 1965 welfare agreement, to revamp it, to really update it as well. I know, for example, there's a lot of areas that we want to work on, especially within social services like Ontario Works. I know it's a sad reality that many of our citizens rely on welfare, on Ontario Works. And the fact of the matter is we don't want to keep our citizens on welfare. We want to ensure that we put in a program that is more reflective and challenges and also empowers your citizens to really develop a social services program that is more reflective of the needs of your community. And also the fact, taking into consideration the high costs of living, the high costs of food, the high food prices, food security, all those particular areas as well need to be taken into consideration when looking at the 65 agreement. Also, I talked about child welfare. That's also included in that funding regime. We need to be a part of that. And at this time, Chiefs of Ontario is trying to take the lead on these negotiations. All due respect to our brothers and sisters from all across Ontario, we were told that they wish to take the lead on this particular area with the 65 reform. I know we were told that, we let Anishinaabe Nation lead the work on remoteness and remoteness quotient work, but now Chiefs of Ontario would like to take the lead on this. With all due respect to the Chiefs of Ontario, we believe and we assert that due to our uniqueness in remoteness and our challenges with remoteness and the cost of living, $1 in Toronto is different than $1 in Attawapiskat or Fort Hope or Aroland for that matter. So we deserve a seat and we demand a seat for Anishinaabe Nation in the upcoming negotiations and talks to review the 65 welfare agreement. We just heard it in the past presentations that your communities deserve that special voice to assert your jurisdiction over your communities and your resources with respect to these particular areas. And so this resolution gives Anishinaabe Nation a mandate to seek and pursue that seat at the upcoming negotiations for the 65 welfare agreement coming up. So you do have a copy of the resolution itself, and there has been presentations on this at the Chiefs of Ontario. We want to take it a step further because we are also recognized through the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal with our intervener status that deals with our remote communities, not just our flying communities, but also our road access communities, because let's face it, all of our communities have various degrees in challenges for example, food security, access to training, access to all those special services that our community members need to access as well. So we want to ensure that Anishinaabe Nation has a dedicated seat when these negotiations are coming up to reopen the 65 welfare agreement. From there, we will also be working with you and all of our partners across Anishinaabe Nation to look at ways, okay, well, how do we get ready for that? Who do we need to bring to the table as well for NAN to ensure that we have a robust negotiation team as well to look at all these different areas. And I know that your executive here at NAN will be also tearing down our own silos. Because I know, for example, there's early years under Deputy Grand Chief Achini Peniscum. There's different areas in health as well. So we understand and affirm that we also need to work together to really maximize and outline all those outstanding priorities that we have in these 4 different areas as well. So with that, Chair, I'll just leave that to the Chair to go through the resolution. And we do have a first and a seconder for this motion as well. So, yeah. Oh,
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse. For the resolution 2315 of sorry about that. Anishinaabe ASCII Nation's role in the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement renegotiations. Dated at Thunder Bay, Ontario, this 15th day of August 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAN Chiefs in Assembly mandate NAN to engage in all discussions with... Yeah. Yeah. Mandate NAN to engage in all discussions with Canada, Ontario, and COO with respect to negotiation of the 1965 agreement and on behalf of NAN First Nations. We have our mover, Chief Crane, and our seconder, Chief Toledo. Oh, does Chief Crane have any comments or amendments?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm pleased to be the mover on this important resolution. NAN Chiefs and Ontario Chiefs have been calling for reform of the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement since 1967. 56 years. We, First Nations, were never consulted and never agreed to the agreement, but it impacts our communities. This is unacceptable. We know what is best for our communities and our families. Nothing about us without us. In 2016, the CHRT found that Canada was discriminating against our children and families through the through the Child Welfare Program and through the 1965 agreement, especially in remote communities. The CHRT ordered Canada to reform the 1965 agreement. It must be renegotiated. This includes child welfare, child care, Ontario Works and Homemakers. Canada has a mandate to renegotiate, as does the Chiefs of Ontario. But the Chiefs of Ontario don't understand remoteness issues like we do. NAN needs to mandate to ensure NAN First Nations unique circumstances are reflected in the new 1965 agreement. We need our own seat at the table. I ask that you support this resolution for the benefit of our children and families. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Crane. Chief Tuito, do you have any comments?
Thank you there, Lorraine. You said it well. Just second this this resolution because I think it's important that we're a part of it. It's a long time coming, and like you know, when you talk about our like other like COO and AFN and all that, you know, and we're NAN, Matawa, tribal councils, you know, we're the ones that know and have to deal with the remoteness or road access, you know. We know out there in the city, you know, they have different views. You know, they think we live the way they live, but it's more costly where we are in our areas where we live, further north here, and I strongly support this. You know, I'm very grateful to be the seconder on this resolution because I think it has to happen, and it's our children, our members, our peoples that we have to better. Betterment of this, to better this agreement on their behalf. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Tuito. I'd like to open up the floor if there's any questions or discussions. Jason Batiste.
Thank you, Chair. And the final, be it resolved, I ask for a little bit of a friendly amendment to reflect that it's the voice of all NAN First Nation communities in Ontario, not just the remote ones. I think NAN, if we're going to ask for a dedicated seat, you need to represent all 49. We can bring the issues of remoteness there, absolutely, but I think in the resolution we need to speak about you know, sort of an equity position with respect to our advocacy there. Thank you.
Can the resolutions team put it on the screen? Can you zoom it in? I can't really see it. Okay. So that's it. Just the addition of all NAN First Nation communities. Can Chief Crane, can you move it? Yeah. Chief Tuito. Can you second the move? Yeah. Okay. Good. Are there any more questions or discussions? Oh, you're working? Okay. Okay, Chief Toledo is going to recognize the Women's Council.
Okay. I'd like to recognize Brenda Fox, Women's Council.
Thank you very much, Chief Toledo. Brenda Fox, Mashigogmag, Women's Council. In regards to this resolution, for many years I've seen that even the Section 10 of the Welfare Agreement of the best interest of a child is where a lot of our children were taken away. A lot of these things, I think we kind of when Bill C-92 came into effect with the band rep program and all those programs that we got funding for, I think with this reform, I think it's really going to have, we're going to be able to really look at each area, because you're going to have to change a lot of stuff. And I think that this 65 agreement needs to go. It needs to really go, because that's what a lot of the social programs fall under. And in terms of social programs, we also have the ODSP program and the pensions for our elders that are not, that they don't meet the needs of our elders. So those are things, when you really take it apart, that they're going to have to go along with the programs. And the other thing that I wanted to bring up was I missed that presentation, and as a kind of a side note in regards to the health transformation, that is also going to have to be with the Public Health Act needs to go before you can transform any kind of health for our First Nations people. Because right now we follow that, and it really showed clearly during COVID how it really impacted the First Nations up north, because we always had to follow the Public Health Act, and that really stalled a lot of stuff. So I think those are things, and I really like I really like this resolution, because now we are really trying to take things apart that we are going to meet the needs of our people.
Thank you, Brenda, for that, for those comments as well. And it's the 65 agreement it's a tool of the colonial aspects of it still perpetuates that colonialism and that discrimination against our communities. And you're right, we need to change that, and we need to be at the table to ensure that there is that change as well. Whether you're in Treaty 9 or Treaty 5, road access, remote fly-in, we have to respect all of our uniqueness across the board here.
Miigwech, I will call for questions. Okay, questions? Oh, sorry, questions have been called. All in favor of the resolutions? Miigwech. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Resolution is carried. Miigwech.
I think we should give her a round of applause for doing such a good job. So we could finish the day with the two resolutions for education. I think level of energy. Yes? Okay, if we can have the resolutions committee throw up one of the resolutions. You'll have to number them because these ones don't have numbers. Okay. The last one, 14? Assuming this one is going to be 2316? I'm assuming. You know what they say about assuming. Okay, it's coming up. You want to say? Depends on which one they bring.
Okay. Okay, Chiefs, just wanted to present those two resolutions to you. With respect to education, the two resolutions I'm bringing forth is part of my presentation this morning. We talked about the need for increased mental health supports for your children and youth. And the other one is also the post-secondary resolution. The need to really advocate for more NAN-specific process, to really advocate for post-secondary education, post-secondary supports for our students, and also our post-secondary organizations as well. So those are the two resolutions that we want to bring forth. I didn't want to approach individually on these, on a mover and a seconder yet. I wanted to bring it to the floor because I know and realize that education is very important to all of us and to our communities, and I want to give an opportunity for you chiefs to either move and second these resolutions. So the first resolution, do we have on the screen? Mental health and addictions, chiefs. So just very briefly, like I just wanted to mention that mental health issues for First Nations youth were significantly higher than that of non-First Nations counterparts, especially during the pandemic. We all know that the pandemic really was a very stressful time for a lot of our students, especially in elementary and in high school, where remote learning was very challenging. And the fact that there was like funding for mental health services, but it didn't really go enough to really meet the needs of those mental health supports that is required. So we are asking for a resolution, a mandate to really look at, to seek appropriate and sustainable funding for student mental health and addictions to enable the provision of supports, assistance, and responsiveness that our students need while in school and in other settings. So this is what this resolution brings forth. So bring it back to the chair.
So thank you, Deputy, for giving us an overview of the resolution. So we'll go right into the therefore be it resolved. So its resolution is 23-16, sustainable funding for support for student mental health and addictions issues. Therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly hereby direct the NAN Executive Council to seek appropriate and sustainable funding for student mental health and addictions to enable the provision of supports, assistance, and responsiveness that our students need while in school and in other settings. So I will need a mover for this one. Doesn't even have an ending. Okay, so I'm going to read it from there. Dated at Thunder Bay, Ontario, this 15th day of August, 2023. I do need a mover for this resolution. Need a mover. Okay. Thank you, Chief Wesley. I do need a seconder for the resolution. The seconder. Okay, thank you. Proxy Sam Ajibnishk. Oh, okay. Does the mover have any comments on this resolution?
I have some comments. I have always been a supporter of education, whether it's early years or adult or whatever. I believe education is important for the success of our people, but also in providing that education, we need to have all manners of support for those students. Especially post-COVID, we saw a lot of our kids suffer during COVID. The leadership worked hard to provide those tools that would enable them to learn virtually. Mike carried out the Starlink program that allowed for virtual learning, but the isolation had a huge mental impact on the student body. And today we're seeing a lot of these mental health related issues that our kids are facing. So it's important that we have these supports in place for them while they're going to school. Yes.
Thank you, Chief. Does the seconder have any comments? He's texting me, no comments. Okay, thank you, Sam. So the floor is now open for any additional comments on the resolution. Any additional comments on the resolution? I see none. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? Okay, it's all in favor. Please raise your hand. Thank you, Chiefs. Awesome. So the next resolution is 2317. If the resolutions committee can put it on, don't say the board. Too old. The board. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into Resolution 2317 titled First Nations Control of Fully Resourced Post-Secondary Education in Anishinaabe Nation Territory. So turn to the second page. We're going to get right into the therefore. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAN Chiefs in Assembly hereby accept in principle the First Nations control of fully resourced post-secondary education in Anishinaabe Territory report. Further, be it resolved that the NAN Chiefs in Assembly direct NAN to endeavor to ensure there will be further opportunities for all NAN members, First Nations education institutions, and First Nations education organizations to contribute to the data on which funding advocacy will be based. Further, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct NAN to ensure that copies of the approved report be printed in English, Ojibwe, Oji-Cree, and Cree, and provided to all NAN communities for their review. Further, be it resolved that that Chiefs in Assembly direct NAN to further work with all communities by holding a 2-day forum that will bring interested parties together to gain input and determine next steps, building upon the work of the report. Further, be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly direct NAN to continue to advocate with Indigenous Services Canada for post-secondary education funding reform within NAN territory. Finally, be it resolved that the implementation of the resolution shall be without prejudice to existing and future projects, initiatives, processes, or proposals at First Nation and tribal council levels. And in addition, this resolution shall not interfere with First Nations communities' access to funding. Dated at Thunder Bay, Ontario, this 15th day of August, 2023. I need a mover for this resolution. Need a mover after all that talking. Need a mover for the resolution in order for a discussion to take place. I'll wait you all going. I need a mover for this resolution. Mover for the resolution in order for discussion to take place. Okay. Casablanca Lake First Nation, Chief Semple. Thank you, Chief Tom Semple. Do you need a seconder still? Miigwech? Seconder for the resolution? Okay. Proxy Jason Baptiste, not Chief Baptiste. Okay, thank you. Does the mover have any comments? Do you have any comments? Okay, none? Okay. Seconder?
Just one brief comment. The reason why I'm seconding the resolution is it was endorsed, the report was endorsed by the NAN Education Committee, so it's been vetted by our seasoned professionals in that regard. So that's the reason for my support.
Thank you for telling us that, telling the chiefs that it's already been gone through the process through the Education Committee. So the floor is still open for any other additional comments on the resolution. Any additional comments? Okay, the second call. Any additional comments? Yeah, there's a third call. Can we job? There's no additional comments, so I'll call that for a vote. Any abstentions? Okay, all right, we do have quorum. I was just checking. Any opposition? I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor? Okay. Thank you, chiefs. Thank you. Really practicing my moose looks today. Okay, so with that, we finished the day, and at this time, I'd like to call upon Elder Helen to come and close the day for us in a prayer. Need that portable mic, eh? Supposed to go to When
Wajie, nice to be back among you again. I'm not wearing a mask because of COVID. I'm wearing a mask because the surgeon told me I got to protect myself. I have surgery coming up, so but I can say prayers for you. I have to thank all of you for being here. It's always hard to concentrate on, especially on the first day. But the issues are very interesting. I've learned good discussions, heard the good questions, and I know at other meetings I have said and commended all of you guys and ladies for the good job that you've been doing with your leadership. I still say that, and I'm still proud of all of you. So enim snamwe zemando kagistua gamawobiak. Koektu tadiak, koektu ichitiak, koektu kadiak. I ask for Blessings for everybody, especially the youth and the children. We have to remember the babies. I see so many babies who get sick. We become their voices because they cannot tell us what is happening with them. And we must listen and hear. Always listening to the youth and providing support for them. I hear the difficulties and I have seen the difficulties that they have, especially in the past 2 years. I ask for blessings for all the elders, for all the people in the communities, that they remain strong, that we must remember and teach our children that we are a strong people. There are times when we are down, that we are not well. But we persevere always. We persevere, and as long as we ask for direction, strength, and guidance from the Creator, we come through always. And I have seen that. I ask the Creator to give you blessing this night, that you have a safe rest and replenish yourself, and that we be grateful for what He has provided us as we go outside at the awesome creation that He has made for us. And we thank all of you. Amen. God bless.
Actually, I do.
Yes.